Woo! Here I be. We made it. All right. So I was live on Facebook and my little battery died again. I need to upgrade some of my devices. And so I did a little live thing because I had some battery and I thought it would be cool. So, my little battery died again. I need to upgrade some of my devices. And so I did a little live thing because I had. All right. So we mute and we're ready to go. It's a little bit of a delay. There we go. All right, Queen Common Sense back in the building. And we've been talking about learning when to say when, choosing our battles and interactions wisely. The banter of toxic people, the things that they do and say that tend to suck you back in that unhealthy cycle. And I'm learning more and more about that. The more I deal with people, the more that I evolve and purge and release things that are just no longer useful to the greater, higher good of my being, of my creativity, of my existence, period, my overall health, mental wellness, and peace of mind. So, um, that's where I was. I was over there on live on Facebook, and I try to flip flop back and forth because I'm promoting and I'm campaigning and working on Butterfly Totem, healing Botanica and spa, and had a bumpy road these past year and some change. And, I felt like it was just totally unhealthy for me. And I just could never get my footing and get things on a good keel, a positive, forward moving, progressive rhythm. Like, I found myself in a decent place, as far as mentally. And I was, kind of feeling good about some things, and other things I was like, just it's not right. And had a couple of interactions with a few people, just observing human behavior and trying to feel my way around, reconnecting, networking to get in alignment with better energies, making better choices, connecting with people and situations that serve my higher good, my greater calling, for the betterment of not just myself and my family, but to leave an effective mark, something tangible, something that is evolutionary, something that will be an ongoing, lasting entity that is useful and helpful. Like the young folks say, putting in work, getting my grind on. And you know, nobody has the handbook. Nobody has the instructions. Nobody knows exactly what to do, when to do it, and how to do it all the time. Some people just don't have the tools all the time to be able to know that. And when you know better and you learn something new, change is awesome. Change can be good. It's not always easy. It's not something that happens overnight, instantaneously, you know, but it's good, especially when you're dealing with toxic people. And knowing when to say when, knowing when to fold them and walk away, it's empowering. It's a very powerful tool. And silence. Sometimes just silence. That is so wonderful. And it saves you a lot of energy. It saves a lot of trouble, and it alleviates a lot of drama. So I'm just kind of speaking on that. Learning when to say when with toxic people and situations. It's not always a good thing to clap back or respond to a situation or a person who is um, in a situation that might possibly draw you into a situation of chaos and confusion and ongoing circular systematic bullshit. That's what it is. A lot of people don't realize that's what they're doing to themselves or to you. And because we attach ourselves emotionally to certain people and situations, and we feel sometimes obligated, if I'm not here, or if I don't do something, if I'm not the one with the level head, then this person's gonna perish, or this situation's gonna fall apart, or whatever. And that's not always good. We do it with our children, we do it with our partners, we do it with friends, family members. We do it with a lot of different situations. Our job, you know, just taking on situations and baggage and feeling responsible for stuff that just ain't our responsibility. And it might have been for a time. And you reach your limits and you say, you know what, I can't do this no more. It's not serving and helping me. I'm wasting time. I have put this on hold, or this particular thing has been neglected because I've been dealing with that. Now I'm through dealing with that and I got to go back to dealing with this. And when you make that change, when you're strong enough to pull away, it's not a good thing. It don't turn out well. A lot of people get upset. It's not a popular choice because it doesn't serve them anymore. They can no longer benefit from your energy that you lend to them situations that are toxic. And that just further proves that misery loves company. You know, toxic people don't know how to hang on their own too long before they find a new host to latch on to suck the life out of something new, a new entity that might have a little bit more stamina than you know? And sometimes we look at it as a failure. You know what? I couldn't do it. I couldn't help. I couldn't fix it. I couldn't make a difference. That doesn't make you a failure. That makes you smart. That makes you healthy and you more sane than what you think you are when you say, you know what? Hey, I can't even go there with you. I can't even do this. I'm not going to do it because I have to preserve what's left of my sanity. I have to preserve what's left of my wholeness. That piece of me that still has that center, that balance, I can't give you that. Because then you begin to give up your soul. And once that's gone, it's really hard to return and gain it back if at all possible. And I was on Facebook talking about a situation where, I asked something of someone and, it didn't turn out well. So the old part of me, I wanted to just flip the fuck out, you know? I wanted to just go ham, eggs, and cheese. I did. However, I said, is it really worth it? No. What is it going to do? Make it worse? Why should I flip out? Can't find a good reason. Should I respond? No. Why? It's a waste of time. And I'm proud of myself for that because I am a first responder. I will go there quick. Like something touched me wrong. If it's real fucked up or disrespectful, or I'm just like, what? What? Oh no, I got to get you. I got to put you right back down in the sea. And I can't continue with that because it's an expulsion of energy that just is, it just don't do nothing. It might serve a purpose for that moment, but in the long run, it's very damaging. Sometimes it's necessary because, that's all some people understand is ugly. And they are entertained by ugly. And they don't comprehend anything else but ugly. And the only language they speak is ugly. And you got to just be ugly to get your point across so you can get them bitches up off you so that you can move on. Sometimes that don't work neither. And it's on the flip side of that. Sometimes silence is an enabler. If you don't say anything, a lot of people think that that's okay. Well, you know what? She didn't say nothing, so it must be okay. So I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep saying this, or I'm going to keep behaving that way because she don't care. He don't care. They didn't say nothing, so they don't give a fuck. Let me keep it up. Then next thing you know, you reach back and ring their bell or something like that. Then you wind up in jail. There you go. More problems, more drama, more dysfunction, more toxic shit to clean up in your life while that person is somewhere sleeping like a house mouse, playing the victim. It's all over the place. It happens all over the place. It's people who enjoy creating toxic situations for you and those around them. Their habits and choices and the way they deal with things, life, the way they navigate through society is to be as as dysfunctional as they can be. They want to keep conflict going. And a lot of times those are the very same people who say, you know what, I don't do drama. You know what, I can't get down like that. I don't entertain negativity. But you see them, every time you see them, they wound up in something that's just overly dramatic and too much. Just too much. So we need to understand and learn when to say when. Know that it's okay to tell people, not my circus, not my monkeys. I'm not going to fuck with that because that's a situation that you created. I got involved in it with, asking you a question or making a comment or, chiming in some kind of way. Now, it's affecting me to the point where I got to release, I got to let go, I got to walk away. It's not really a loss. It's not really a loss. You're gaining more peace. You have more space, more room in your mind, in your spirit to invite things that will reverse the damage of being around toxic situations and around those toxic people who create those toxic situations and litter the atmosphere with toxicity and misinformation and misguided bullshit. And I was saying over on Facebook that I'm proud of myself because I was able to exit gracefully and not step outside of myself. It's a practice. It takes a lot of practice. It's not easy because I'm a thinker. Like I'll ponder some shit and I'll be like, you know what? Now that I think about it, let me go back to that situation and get them together. I'm doing less of that and taking the time that I would use to formulate a good alley dragon. It's just not worth it. I just go, you know what? I got other stuff I need to try to manifest. And that is far more important and a better investment than trying to check somebody who just don't want to get it in the first place. They don't want to get it. It's purposeful ignorance. They don't want to get it. They're not going to get it. And it's not my assignment to help them get it. So it's time to move on. You know, you can make a mental note of it and say, you know, when this situation comes up again, I'm not going to do it. Because it's the, you know, we know society is full of people who are touched, and it's like a popular thing now. You know, people scour through society looking for somebody who they can fuck with. You know, emotional bullies, psychological bullies, you know, who are really weak and really full of fear. They're terrified. And it's you know, they can't calm the voices. They don't know how to control them, you know, and they're afraid that if they let it slip, they'll be exposed. So they have to take the attention off of their issue by fucking with people. You know, if I piss this person off, they'll be mad, and then I can turn around and say, you know what, it's your fault because you entertained my sickness. Sociopath, you know. So we need to know when to say when and how to let go of toxic people and situations and walk away. Preserve your sanity by not allowing that little bit of control to direct you in a way to where you know it's just going to go off into a ditch and it's impossible to bring resolve to it. When it's a small issue, you just chalk that up, charge it to the game. You know, now just keep it pushing. You know, social media has a way of doing that. Dragging you into some shit. You know, you kind of just like a train wreck. You watch it and you look at it and you go, whoosh. You know, I could make a comment and a suggestion. Maybe if I make this and put that in there, it'll help get people to snap out of it. And go, Lord, when you do that, oh God, make it 10 times worse. And then before you know it, it's your fault of why the person or the people or the situation is fucked up in the first place. Can't do it no more. You know, I've been the target of that shit for a long, especially on social media. You know, a lot of people are drawn to, you know, the energy of somebody who seems calm or seems balanced or seems pretty, you know, even keel. All type of crazy is attracted to that. And, you know, sometimes you're drawn to certain situations and go, you know what, let me check this out. Let me check this person out. You know, I see some things happening, you know, like I said, you jump in there, you're like, you know what, have you ever thought about if you handle it this way, it might not be so bad, you know, maybe things will get better if you kind of take a different approach, different way to handle it, different way to look at it so you won't be so, you know, all over the place with it. And they got it all figured out, so you're just like, you know what, I'm done with this, I'm done with you, and I'm done with all of the bullshit. Let me just move the fuck around and move on about my damn business, you know? No harm, no foul, ain't no heat, no judgment. Just time to move on, you know? And, you know, a lot of people like to deflect, you know, and they like to try to flip it back on you, you know, and determine what you should or should not be taken aback by, what shouldn't be offensive to you, what possibly how you supposed to see it. You know, you can't define for me how some shit is supposed to affect me. You know, we're two different people, two different beings, two different entities, and we absorb and process things differently. You know, and that's a big problem also that I see you know, in the black nation, that everybody feels that you should have a unified view of what is defined as blackness, what is appropriate protocol, or what will revoke your black card, and what you know what I'm saying. That shit is really old and antiquated, and that denotes sickness and toxic mindset. Everybody can't agree with everything all the time. And it's gotten so petty now to where, it's not new. It's been going on for a minute. However, it's worse where, if you look over there and click like on that, then these people on the left going to attack you because you can relate to this view of this person who is not popular. It's time for a change with that. It's time to let that shit go. It's time to move the fuck up. That's what I noticed too. Been saying it for years. A lot of black folks don't know how to let shit go. The really insignificant shit and the same destructive, toxic patterns, can't let that shit go. The things that they should be focused on is themselves, getting they self together mentally, and aligned with the physical, and in line with the spiritual. They don't have no time to do that, which segues over into spirituality, being a spiritualist, walking the walk of, a healer and a knowledge based person who has tools and has information on how to make better choices and change to make better decisions to serve your higher good. You know, we've seen it in several of the more, I don't want to say popular, I'm going to say more well known, um, well established people. One of them, we just lost Dr. Sebi, and he was dragged through the coals, dragged over the broken glass, through the bushes and the thorns, and he just wanted to heal his people and share the knowledge, and he did the work to open up all type of venues of knowledge for natural, healthy, holistic healing approach to make your life better, to mentally heal that post-traumatic slave disorder that we suffer from, cognitive dissonance, herbs to balance out your pH and your body chemistry so that you can think clearly, so that you don't have to feel that I'm hurting, so I have to hurt other people. I went through all this shit, so I'm going to drag you through all this shit. I want to have my way, so I have to control you and destroy you in order for me to feel as if I am empowered. He addressed all that stuff. Also, just like many of the spiritualists that we have here, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook, whatever social media venue you choose, it's a lot of us, and some of us are not quite as brave as Dr. Sebi. Some of us have not made those great accomplishments just yet. We're still learning. We're still getting it out there. We're still pulling it all together. Sometimes it's really difficult to know where to start with some of this stuff because it's so much going on in the world that needs attention, that needs healing, and it's a process to it. It's difficult. It's just so many layers to it. And that comes with teaching and learning when to say when. Learning when it's like, you know what, I can't. I need a better approach. I need a better method of a plan of attack for this. I need a better defense system. I need a better offense plan, And we just fall right back into those old patterns that we learned from childhood. Subconsciously, they're planted in our head, planted in our psyche, and we just like, how do I get out of this? How do I change this? How do I make it better? I just can't do it no more. However, instead of tapping into the resources that we have, like Dr. Sebi, Dr. Layla Africa, myself, there's lots of healers out here. You know, one was just on my live stream, Yanni Prada. She's a spiritualist. She don't get no love. You know what I'm saying? I get a little drop of love, you know, and people are drawn over here when they see drama, or if they can tap into something juicy and say, you know what's going on? Let me hear what she's talking about. Oh, she talking about somebody. Let me listen. You know, but they won't support. They're quick to say that I'm full of shit. Quick to say that I'm fake, a fraud, don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? Ain't on no nothing. All of that. Quick to call me a hoe. You know, all that shit. Because I either disagreed, I stood up for myself and what I believe in and didn't waver off of my truth. They couldn't control me. They couldn't expose me. They couldn't embarrass me. They couldn't shame me off of social media or off of whatever, off my path. And I got distracted on a lot of that shit because sometimes you just get overloaded with bullshit and you got to back some motherfuckers up off you. You got to just get down to the nitty gritty on that plateau with them and say, fuck you. This is what it is. This is what's going to be. And I got to go. I got to separate myself from you. A lot of people think that if they the first one to tell you fuck off, then that somehow means they won, you know. But one of my uncles used to tell me all the time, fuck you go both ways, not just one way. You know, when somebody tell you to get lost, kick bricks, guess what? You take them damn bricks that they kicking and throw them at them. Just chuck them right back at their ass. Fuck you too. You know, you did me a favor. Anyway, because the connection to you was fucked up from the floor up in the beginning. And it came to a head and you just so happened to beat me to the punch because I was on my way out the door just like you was. We just take separate exits. How's that? We don't have to meet on the other side. A lot of people think that just because they cut you off first somehow means that they have the upper hand, or they want to justify their dysfunction and say, you know what? I did this, fuck her, cut her off because this is why, and when it really just don't make no sense. And for whatever reason, they need to justify that in their head to make them feel better about their own toxic, chaotic mind state. So yeah, we need to know when to say when. And I'm just putting in my work as usual. When I learn better, know more, and find out and discover, have epiphanies, revelations, reconfirmations, confirmations, I come here and I put it on the dial and I record it and make it known. And that's the whole point of Butterfly Totem. You know, I'm studying a lot of things so that it can be 360 degrees of healing, and it's not just the same old dry, you know, antiquated, oversaturated, sit down, counsel on the couch and cry about if you can't stand your parents and what they did to you and all that. It's important. However, you know, there's always a more creative way to address issues and heal yourself, you know, other than what we see as mainstream method. I started, you know, self-divination with the tarot and many other tools. And that worked for me a whole lot better than the one avenue that I was forced to accept. And it's no diss to anybody else's belief system. If you're a Christian and that works for you, by all means. Ain't nobody to tell you otherwise. For me personally, it just wasn't enough. It wasn't cutting it for me. And I've had lots of people come to me over the years, and tap into the tarot and the occult. That sounds like an evil word, I know, but it's not. The occult is actually our truth. It's our belief system as a nation of indigenous people. Before colonization, before all of this capitalism and big government and all that, the occult was what we looked to for our spiritual belief system and connection to the universe and our own psyche to keep us balanced and grounded and righteous. The 42 laws of Ma'at is one of them. One venue. Mike Mills live, I look at my chat whenever the fuck I want. I don't even know why you over here. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is, and this clearly ain't for you. You know what I'm saying? Clearly not for you. So, you can leave. You don't have to be here. You chose to come over here. I didn't invite you to shit, so you don't have to be here. Now, where were I? I chose the occult, to go back to my indigenous ways of divination because it works for me. And a lot of people are interested and they're not really sure if they want to take the plunge. And it's an interesting thing. It's really something that I found very useful, very helpful. And once people do tap into it a little bit, it catches on, and it kind of sinks in, and they understand that it's just not black and white. It's not a quick fix. It's something that's ongoing, and the deeper you get into it, the more you learn about yourself and the more you learn about who you are, and it's easier to figure out what's what. Am I of African descent? Am I of Asian descent? Am I of Native American descent? Am I of whatever? I found a lot out about myself and my culture, my history, my background through self-divination. Starting off with, the tarot and looking into stuff like that. So, it's very helpful. And, a lot of people really don't get it. They think it's a novelty or a game, like this motherfucker here in the chat, for example. He's a psychological bully, and since they like to watch and try to, put, you know, inject their own little meaning and definitions into it. I like to make example out of motherfuckers who think they know everything and like to be detractors. You know what I'm saying? So, ignorance is bliss with some people. And they like to spread their ignorance. This is the type of motherfuckers I'm talking about. They like to be toxic. They enjoy their toxic existence. They like to try to fuck with people who they think might be weaker in their view. They like to come around and say dumb shit and ask stupid ass questions. And they don't listen to comprehend. They listen to attack or listen to attempt to attack and bully and cause strife. That's all they're there for. Just like roaches, it's a cause. They have a purpose. They're not really popular. People don't like them. However, they continue to reproduce because they're part of the ecosystem. You know what I'm saying? So, this particular being is like a fucking roach. You stomp on his ass and he just keep coming back. You can't kill it. You can't get rid of it. You need professional help to deal with this type of fucking pest. You know, sometimes, embalming fluid, rat poison, Coca-Cola kills roaches, boric acid, you know, club soda, borax and sugar. Shit like that kills fucking roaches. You know, it's like a bait and switch type of trap. They're attracted to the sugar. You be sweet to them. Put a little sugar, mix it with borax soap. And when they eat that combination of borax soap and sugar, they get gut rot from the soap. And then that roach, you find his ass upside down with his fucking feet in the air because the soap rotted out his innards and he couldn't take it because he's so fucking greedy. He want to eat the sugar, so he eat the combination of the sugar and the soap because he too stupid to see the difference.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, honey.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just got
You
out of
are,
class.
you are such a breath of fresh air. I'm glad you're here.
Am I? What's going on?
I'm just talking about learning when to say when and letting go of toxic people.
Oh, wow. Well, we all need to let go toxic people because it makes us sick. It's like a blue pill, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow. So I decided to pop in here because I saw on Facebook he said we're going go hangout. So I haven't spoke to you in a couple of days. So you know, so how's things going for you?
It's still going. It's a process with anything. Just hanging in here,
Mhm.
putting in the work like I normally do.
Of course, of course. You're a dedicated individual, more dedicated than me. I'll say
Uh,
that.
I don't know.
Oh no, no. Well, that's good. I'm glad things are going well for you. Many blessings towards your way, and I hope a lot of good things come for you this year. I know it will. I'm your biggest supporter.
You are definitely, and you definitely inspire me each and every day. So
Oh, stop, stop.
I'm serious. I'm not just saying that. You got me through some rough nights where I was ready to just be like, you know what, I'm leaving.
But we all get to that point. Every day I'm at that point of why am I dealing with this? I wasn't, it's someone once told me that I wanted to be in the place that I am today. And I said, I don't think that I asked whoever the creator is, make me a man, make me a black man. Don't make me light skinned, okay? Make me dark skinned, okay? Don't make me too dark, but make me dark skinned. Make me 28 years old. Make sure that I am the legacy after Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and etc. Okay, make sure I'm a part of a people who are still asleep, and even though they don't know how talented and how beautiful they are, make sure that I'm a part of that race. I don't think I asked for that. But since I didn't ask for that, and I am a part of one of the greatest races that can exist, I don't care if people think I am racist or anything else. You can kiss my ass. Um, you know, there's nothing, I'm going to tell you something. There is nothing wrong with saying that I am glad to be who I am because every other race out there, they are glad to be who they are. Okay, that
Mm-hmm.
doesn't make me racist, and unfortunately, I can't be racist. I can discriminate, I can be a bigot, I can be prejudiced, but I cannot be racist because I don't control anything.
Yeah.
I can tell you off all day long, but I don't control your job. I don't control where you live. I don't control anything else but myself. Okay. But we all go through those things every day because I think for us, as whether we're Native American, whether we're Black, African, whatever, alien, whatever anybody wants to call themselves, okay, I'm okay with that. Um, we all go through trying to find our purpose. We
Mm-hmm.
try to find who we are and trying to find understanding. Okay. Why do people treat me this way? Why am I in my situation? But a lot of times, like I told you, fear controls a lot of things in our lives.
Oh yeah.
It's unbelievable that we are great, all of us as individuals, and it's up to us to figure out, who we are at the end of the day,
That's right.
and also to know that we are great. Like I told you, Angie, you're great because you have something that no one else has. Okay, I'm great because I have something no one else have. But
Yeah.
I had to find myself. I just found myself 2 years ago. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's a process. It's ongoing. That's something about divination I was talking about with the tarot and being a spiritualist. No matter what venue of spirituality we choose, it's an
Mhm.
ongoing process. A lot of people think that it's a destination. You know what? I found my purpose. Now I'm done. I don't have to work on myself. I don't have to continue to hone my skills, my tools, my awareness, all
Mhm.
of that. We don't have to continue because now I'm saved and filled with the Holy Ghost. It's not
Mhm.
like that. A lot of people want a quick fix
Mhm.
to it, when they're learning more about a different way to approach life and
Mhm.
finding your purpose.
Well, here's the thing with every process. For example, let's take vitamin D pills, right? We got our little pill, got our little tiny pills, right? All right. So we got our little tiny pill, little tiny thing. Such a tiny thing can be replicated to be what we have out in the sun, okay? Because it's a vitamin D pill. We need vitamin D if we're
Right.
not outside in the sun. So, how did they come up with this tiny little pill, vitamin D? Well, it had to go through a process in order
Mm-hmm.
for you to get to what we call the perfection. America, we love our pills, any kind of pill. But in order to get to the place that you need to be, it's a process. Yes, I found my purpose, okay? But guess what? I'm still learning. We all are still learning.
Yep.
I'm learning how to forgive. Every
Me too.
day I'm learning how to forgive.
Yes. Learning
You
how to
know,
forgive and let that forgiveness just be what it is.
Girl, I tell you, every day I am learning how to love. Love people even when they don't even love themselves. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That is the greatest power to love people even when they hate you. Do you know how great that feels to go into the presence of your quote unquote enemy that you didn't know was your enemy, but to love them anyway?
Yeah. It's
You know,
it's very powerful, not just for that person to understand you're not going to engage the hate, but it's powerful to know that I can still see beyond what wants to destroy me and love that, like I said, that roach.
mhm,
Nobody loves roaches,
mhm.
you know, and only squish him when he's necessary to squish him.
But here's the thing about it, and I tell people about this all the time. Every living thing deserves a chance, even the little roach,
That roach.
because the roach has its purpose in life. Okay? Even the fly has its purpose. Do you know that every time I see a beehive that is around my house, I knock the beehive down, but at the same moment, I love sweet clover honey.
Honey, yeah,
Okay?
on purpose.
because the bee has a purpose. Everything has a purpose. Even the mice that you might see running around has a purpose.
Hmm.
Everyone has a purpose. So when we start to get into the point of disconnecting what we call the chain of life, or we disconnect things, then we're messing with the whole aura of things.
Yep.
You have to have haters, Angie, because without those haters, they can't give you more life. They breathe life into you to continue to do what you do every day. I love my haters. I tell people all the time, I can let you rent some. Heck, I got so many haters, I can give you some.
Okay, let me borrow a couple.
Look, how many do you want?
Give me about three.
They're on their way. Okay?
I'll
I
send.
love haters.
I'll give them back though.
Mhm. You know, the point is, you should be glad that people hate you in a way,
True. That's
because because you are on their mind 24/7. Because to hate someone, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of energy to
true.
be angry, to hate. But love is effortless. To smile, it doesn't take much muscles.
Yep.
It don't take much to feel good every day.
Much less muscles to smile.
Exactly. So at the end of the day, it's okay to have haters because that makes you even more relevant. Okay? Because who am I for you to hate on me?
Yeah. Exactly.
So you
Exactly.
must find something special about me, you
It's
know?
and like we've always talked about in our private
Mhm.
chats that we have, hate is just misguided love. That's all it is. It's misguided admiration. You know,
Or when people are uncomfortable,
with
when
yeah.
people are not comfortable or they're confused about something.
Hmm.
Confusion and being uncomfortable, the only thing they can use is anger because they don't know how to feel.
True.
Okay? So that's why they do what they do. But then again, most haters hate themselves. Every day they look in the mirror, they probably say, I hate you,
Hmm.
instead of saying, I love you. Let me tell you, earlier today, I was looking in the mirror. You know those pictures I be posting on Facebook? I said, man, you are just so beautiful. I know
Yeah.
people be saying, can he stop posting pictures? But
No.
guess what?
You
You know, I remind myself how beautiful I am at 28 years old. You know,
have
statistically, a black man doesn't really live to 28 years old these days. He
true.
dies before, or either he got a record, he's in jail, or something.
On his way to jail. Yeah.
Exactly. I enjoy my life. You know, I don't worry about what people say about me anymore. I used to last year. I'll admit, last year I went ham. People talking about me, and it's like, you don't know me. So since you don't know me, why am I worried about you talking about me?
Right.
You
Why?
don't affect my life. You don't pay my bills. You don't do any of those things.
That's right. That's right. And I think I had that, in my spirit as a young person when I was a child, because I grew up with my number one hater was my mama. So I always had a little voice in the back of my head that just said no. Like whenever someone told me something that wasn't true about myself or put me down, it was always that little voice in the back of my head that said that's not true. You know. So I grew up kind of understanding it a little bit, and I grew into that understanding more as I got older, and life got real. You know,
Hmm.
when you're on your own and you're taking care of yourself, life is a little bit more real than it is when you're
Hmm.
home with your parents, and you don't really have much responsibility. So things, your reputation, the path that you carve out for yourself, you have to protect it a little bit more than you would if you were dependent on someone else. So as I grew up and got to be an adult, I started to realize, you know what people think and what they say is irrelevant to my journey. Why? Because they're not part of it. I
Hmm.
could see if they were adding to it, paying bills, directed me on what to do to preserve my sanity, my well-being, and my health, then yeah, I'm concerned. But I always had that voice in the back of my head to say, you know what, whatever it is that you feel I'm doing wrong is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. So that's why, it really doesn't bother me now if, with the haters and the naysayers and the people that
Hmm.
talk shit. It's more for a teaching tool that I talk about it, because a lot of people, as you can see on social media and outside in the real world, it's so petty now that they do. It's like they almost want to collect haters just so they have a way to play the victim. And that's because they don't have the tools to understand, what, haters are just motivators, and that's the truth. And I enjoy my haters too, because I'm giving you something to do. I'm giving you something to do. At least you got something to do. You know, and I would want to watch me too. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. You know, when I think about things over the years, we are trained to be who we are. Everything is a learned behavior. Racism is a learned behavior. Um, to hate yourself is a learned behavior. Um, going back to what me and you talk about all the time about our folks, um, you know, sometimes I feel sorry for us as a people because we really don't know how great we are and how beautiful we are. And that's why a lot of times I remind myself because, a lot of people say, would you stop talking about black men? Black men ain't got it hard. And I tell them, are you a black man? Are you a dark skinned black man? No, you're not. I can't tell a black woman what her struggle is because I'm not a black woman and I'm not a woman. Still today, women are oppressed around the world, even in the USA.
Yeah.
A lot of women are under this oppression since you might have the first president, a woman president, everything's going to be okay for you. It's not. Nothing's ever been okay for you. You're still oppressed. You know why? Because you're still trying to ask people to elect you, a woman, as a president. If you were so free, if you were not so oppressed, why aren't you getting paid the same amount of money that a man does? Why are you so impressed about what a black woman does today? Oh, she won a gold medal. Oh, she did this. Why is that so impressive if you are not oppressed? Because a person who is not oppressed, it's just an everyday thing for them. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like black people. We beg and we beg and we beg. Please accept us. Please. I don't care if you accept me. I don't
Thank
care if my mother accepts me. I don't care if my sister does. I don't care if the next door neighbor does. I don't even care if my wife accepts me. Only person I care who accepts me is Marcus. So if we step back for just a second and stop begging people to accept us,
thank you.
stop begging folks to be equal with us, you know, first of all, you know, did they not say we have been on this earth for approximately, maybe I'll be modest, 2 million years? Okay. Way before Jesus was thought of, way before Buddha, way before every other god and everything else. We were here
Gonna,
for,
gonna make some people mad now.
I'm sorry, and I have that right to make people mad because I am a pastor's son.
Oops.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm a pastor's son. My father was over 9 churches.
Uh,
Okay. So I was born and raised in the church. That is all I knew. So come to me with that. And I'll quote you some things. If we
okay.
want to go to the Bible, we have a lot of people who believe in Jesus. Okay. But
Don't
didn't
be
Jesus
fooled
say,
now. Okay.
okay, so so here's the thing. Disciples. Do you remember the disciples?
I do.
Okay. Did Jesus just pick anybody?
No.
Exactly.
Mm-mm.
Exactly.
He's very
Who did
careful.
he pick?
He picked he was very particular, and he picked each one.
Nobody's.
He had each one of them, yeah, was a different type of underdog.
We had somebody who was a whore. We had somebody who was a thief, you know,
It's true. It's
right or wrong.
you know why
Yeah.
I'm laughing. It's not
I
because
know, but I know,
it's true though.
you know, and people look up. See, I told another one of my friends. I said, "Do you ever notice that a bum could be saying the same things as a TD Jakes or some preacher with all the fancy clothing and the millions of dollars, but you will listen to a person who is all dressed up, who has all this fancy stuff, before you listen to a preacher who don't have that much money, or a regular person who has the same ability and gift as someone else, but unless they are all dressed up and glamorized, you don't want to listen to them."
Yeah. Same thing with the celebrity. It's the same parallel with celebrities who come out with a new sports drink
Hmm.
that people will flock and go buy that new sports drink. But me or you or anybody, a nobody, come out with butterfly totem. Oh, I'm not gonna support that black bitch. She don't know what she's a hoe anyway. She ain't got no money. She's a broke bitch. Why should
Well,
I buy a reading from her? She don't have.
well, well, here's the thing. How do they know that you are a hoe? Did they sleep with you? And here's the thing. Now, you're going to get me started, okay?
That's what I'm
Here's
getting.
the thing. The thing is, and I love my brothers. I do. I really do. No offense, brothers. And this is not for every man out here. But we have to stop calling our women hoes. We have to stop calling our women bitches. Because at the end of the day, it only makes us look bad as individuals. First of all, if she was such a hoe or she was such a bitch, don't you think that you would not be dealing with her? Why did you sleep with her then?
Hmm.
What does that make you then? Okay.
Isn't that the word? They say a man who lays down with a woman, she then becomes her equal.
Look, I know for a fact, and a lot of men might lie and say this, but as a man, I have learned in my little short 28 years on this earth. Okay. I'm not 40, I'm not 50, but if I can learn this at 26, 27, 28 years old, that black women in particular are very hurt.
Hmm.
They're
There.
very hurt individuals. And some, not all, some don't like what they see when they look in the mirror. Because who is Little Mermaid? Is she a black girl?
Nope.
I'm just, what are your examples? You had one movie, and that was The Princess and the Frog,
Hmm.
and you had to kiss a frog
Yep.
in order to become what? Exactly.
There you go. I hope y'all listening. It's that's what I'm saying. People are toxic. Their minds are polluted with the wrong things. Their priorities are all screwed up. And because we're not bickering back and forth, calling each other out our names and all that, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear the truth. Keep going though. Keep going.
Well, that's one thing that you're not going to see me doing. I accept everyone. If you want to be called a man and you are a woman, even though I might not agree with that, I respect you enough to call you bro. I have people on my pages, okay? You know that you saw them, who are of another life, okay? But it is something that I showed them different. Now these are women who don't like men, but I am a male on their page and they communicate with me. So that should show you something. It's to
Hmm.
show you that they respect me. And you know why? Because I give them back. They ask me to call them bro, and I say, "What's up, bro?" Because if you want to be called bro, I'm gonna call you bro because it's a sign of respect. Who am I to judge you? Because we're all flawed. In the Bible, did he said something about, I'm gonna misquote it because I don't want to be perfect at it, and you can handle that. Um, he that cast the first stone or something. I know you Bible readers know that.
Mm-hmm.
I won't even say the full scripture, but I know the full scripture, by the way. But you get my point.
Okay.
Throw the rock, but you forgot we all live in glass houses. I
Yeah,
clean mines every day. I spray that Windex on it every day because we all live in glass houses. What does a person do? A person who is trying to hide something, they usually try to distract you from the situation, right? And they make sure that they talk about you and your situation before they talk about their situation.
that's right. They do every single time. You seen the troll in there in the chat room.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Oh, you don't check your chat. Well, I see why. What? Get out of here. Yeah.
Of course. But you know what? I just went on the video. I usually don't even pay attention to the chat, to be very honest with you, because I'm so used to being on camera and I don't pay attention that I'm on the camera, to be very honest with you. And I don't pay attention to the chat because I'm zoned in and paying attention to Angie. That's who I'm talking to. This is regular conversation. This is how I talk every day. I'm not putting on any errors or anything. I might stand up and you might see me in my pajama pants, you know, because I got to get something from out of the office. I'm comfortable in myself.
More like I do it more now because actually people I like it. People come in and say hi and they make a few comments here and there. And I like that because it sparks conversation. And then those who might be that fear holding them back from talking and lending their thoughts, it opens people up more. So I'm starting to get better with checking the chat more because I get into what I'm saying and I'm passionate about what I've learned and I'm passionate about conveying it where people can relate. So I get lost and I'm like, oh goodness, the chat's moving, and I'll go over there and check it. But um, it's all important because I like feedback. I like for the church to say amen or no or whatever. So,
And the same with me. I open criticism. I'm always learning. Okay. If I say something that is incorrect or I say something that you disagree with, I'm the type of individual, correct me. Let me know. I love a good debate. I debate with people all the time of different races. Okay. I debate with women sometimes when they tell me, no, we're not oppressed. And I ask them, so since you're not oppressed, tell me why you're not. Why are you so impressed about a woman winning the gold medal if you're not oppressed? Because men win gold medals all the time. But you don't see us on there saying that we're oppressed.
yeah, yeah, that's right. That's true. And I think some of it with the example you use with winning the gold medal, I think a lot of it is a celebration of, finally breaking through that glass ceiling a little bit, and saying now that prejudice and that bias, you can't really, your stereotype has been, broken down.
broken
That
down. Correct.
stereotype has been diminished because it's proven everything that we touch, we dominated.
But hasn't it been proven that we've dominated things for over 2 million years? Scientifically, they said that the black woman has been here before the black man.
Outlived the black man.
Scientifically, they have found bones from a black woman called Lucy, which
Yeah,
dates way over 2 million years. To be quite honest, they have dated that we are the original people. We are the oldest living civilization.
that's right.
Side eye.
Okay.
Okay. So who are we trying to impress? That should be impressive to itself.
It is, and I agree with that. But to answer your question, I feel like it's less about trying to impress now than more about making, like, picking
A
up,
statement.
making a statement and re establishing that new milestone for historical purposes, you know, because, we had Martin, we had Malcolm, we had all that.
Mhm.
Now it's kind of turning the corner with, okay, we're here, we made our mark, we let you
But what have you done recently?
we will let you trick us with the civil rights movement, the feminist movement, all those movements that really truly just dug us deeper in a hole of oppression. Now we're trying to climb up out of it and redefine our independence.
Well, I'm gonna give you a secret. One of the secrets that I've been telling a lot of people is the key to us getting out of things is image.
True that. Yep. That's a good one.
Now, you remember I teach students in now over 120 countries online. Okay. So when my students talk about the USA, the first thing they talk about is movies, is television.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yep.
think of old Hollywood. They don't talk about recent stuff, old Hollywood. When you look at the world, when you buy something, for example, we have, let's see, coconut oil, right?
Right.
So when you buy the coconut oil, what do you see? You see coconut oil is in capital letters. It's an image. But the rest of this stuff on the back, small print, right? You can barely see it. That's the ingredients. But they're going to make sure you see what they want you to see, the most important things. So as 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 people, we need to change our image. We have so many talented people out there. Who cares if no one watches our videos? How much you want to bet? Even those B-rated movies that no one watch, at least one person will watch it.
Yeah.
The internet is your platform. Who cares if you're not WGCI or Hot 97, Hot 95? Who
Mm.
cares? You can be your own. This
We're,
information that you have here is going to live on forever,
yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You feel me? That's exactly why I'm doing it. To change the image of the dysfunction that we have been labeled with, and it's been forced down our throats, to now we're acting it out, have been for eons, and to be the change that I want to see in my people, and say, I have a few tools that we haven't thought about using. We've been trying to build a house, our own house, and I have some nails that I didn't buy from Ace Hardware. I went out and forged them myself, and I got the lead together, and I got the blacksmith, and we hammered these nails, and they're a little bit different than the nails that we normally.
So tell me this. Why were we brought here to the USA? Or why were we captured,
We
even
were
though we were already here? Why
well,
were we captured?
well, I can go many different ways with it. Well, it was said because whoever writes history wins. So we'll go with their version.
Yes. Mhm.
Their version tells us that the power structure of the Europeans and the gladiators and the Vikings was very slim to none. So they had to reestablish their power structure as well as procreate. They had killed off mostly all of each other. So they had to go out and find more humanoids to procreate with and reestablish their power structure.
So tell me this. Now, this has been a very big debate for a lot of people. And this is not devaluing anyone. Is it true that as a black woman, when you procreate with another male who is not of a black male, that your child will not come out my skin complexion and your skin complexion?
You said, is it true?
Yes.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
The
So
child will come out. Did I answer that right?
a
Yes,
lot of people are confused about it.
it is true because, yes, it will come out my complexion or your complexion.
If you sleep with someone else of another race,
Yeah.
I haven't seen those examples, and I'm still trying to find those examples.
If you procreate with someone that is a non,
Not me, you as a woman.
oh, as a woman, yeah, yeah.
What examples have you saw a child coming out your complexion when procreating with, let's say, a Caucasian or a Mexican or um, an Asian?
I have a
I'm
niece.
waiting.
I have a niece who looks just like me. Her father is not of African descent.
Mhm.
Her mother is.
So, other than your niece, how many chances will that baby come out like that?
I
How?
feel it is because I used to deliver babies, biracial babies. And if the mother is black and the father is something else, culture, that baby is a black baby.
And will come out as dark as me and you.
Yeah,
I have to see this
I've
because
had
this has been a very big. No,
like
I believe you.
there's a woman who is from the Ivory Coast of Africa, and she is like an ebony piano key. Her
Hmm.
husband is Irish with red hair.
Hmm.
Her baby is like a little milk dud.
Oh my.
Beautiful.
This is shocking information for me because a
Yeah.
lot of people have debated on this issue. A lot of people have said that African American women do not hold the possibility to create a melanin baby, that most of the babies that they see.
That's scientifically impossible for it not to be dominated with melanin because melanated people have dominant traits: dark hair, dark eyes,
Mhm.
dark everything, and large lips, whatever, high cheekbones, almond shaped eyes. That's dominant.
Mhm.
Scientifically, DNA tells you that.
Well, a lot of black men will disagree with you.
That's
I'm
crazy.
I'm open to the possibility. I have to see this myself.
And the
I'm
same
not
goes for
disagreeing.
the black man, because the spermatoa, you're the gender. You guys define if it's gonna be a girl or a boy.
Hmm.
So you know, if you're light, bright, damn near white, and you pass the paper to bag test, and you procreate with a white woman, that baby gonna be brown, gonna be tan, gonna have some melanin in there.
Hmm.
Might have blonde hair, but it's gonna be a black child.
Well, blonde is a part of our traits. Look at the Aboriginal people.
Yeah, red,
Hmm.
auburn, strawberry blonde. That's all it's just a cousin of a dominant trait.
So,
So
and I appreciate that information you gave me because I'm going to go back to these people who told me that they feel that it's impossible and tell them, hey, I talked to one of my friends who was a nurse, who delivered, babies and saw the babies that were of, the same skin complexion. That's proof in itself. I'm always in learning. I always like to learn different information. I appreciate that.
and if you
Now,
look at it intra-racially, like I'm Blackfoot, his dad, my youngest two,
mm,
he was of African descent.
mm,
And you see how fair I am. My
mm,
son is the same complexion as his father.
mm. And that's why I don't go into what I am because people say, you just look so different. No, I'm black because you'll get confused.
Yeah, yeah, that
You
makes
know,
sense. And I get the opposite. Like because I say Blackfoot, or I say Native, or I say American Indian. Well, you ashamed to be what you are,
Mhm.
huh?
No, I don't think that you're ashamed. You're just trying to, you know, you are who you say you are. Who am I to judge you? You
Yeah,
know,
you don't want to be black. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. No, that don't wash off. So no, I'm not ashamed to be black.
yeah. Who are you to judge? Now, I want to ask you, what is our solution? What do you think that we can do instead of marching, instead of screaming and hollering and fighting back? Isn't there another tactic that we can use as a people?
Lots of them. Lots of them.
What's
First,
one?
number one is what we're doing right now. We're addressing the dysfunction. because you cannot repair or change what you refuse to acknowledge.
Hmm.
So we've acknowledged it, we've marched on it, we've screamed about it, we've killed
Hmm.
each other over it. We know it's a problem.
Well, I think the biggest problem is that we are still banging. We're still begging. I'm
But
sorry to say that. It seems like begging to me. I'm
we're
sorry.
begging for validation. That's true. We're because again, just like a survivor of an attack,
Hmm.
for example, we'll use that because we've been raped as a people.
Hmm.
So if you have a woman who has been raped, what's the first thing
Hmm.
that happens in court? They say, well, were you wearing anything provocative that evening when you were attacked?
Hmm.
Did you have previous interaction with this person? Did you lead this person to believe that, you were interested in any way? Victim blaming.
Hmm.
So we have to turn that around and say, instead of blaming the victim, which I don't think we're victims, I think we're survivors. It's a big difference. However, we're still begging to be validated, and that victim of that attack is really a survivor because she's not dead.
Hmm.
I think only dead people are victims of the circumstances. We've been surviving generation after. They can't kill us. They might kill some of us, but they'll never wipe us all the way out. And then another thing with validating, we want our oppressor and our perpetrator to acknowledge the fact that they're sick. That it collectively, that's a sickness. Racism is a mental illness. And your oppressor or your attacker or your molester is not going to tell you, yes, I molested you.
Well, let
Yes,
me ask you this.
you know,
I always tell people look at it from the opposite side of things. Um, if you were on their side, would you be willing to give up the power?
exactly.
I'm asking, would
Exactly.
you? Would you give
No,
up the power?
of course not.
Exactly.
you're not
Exactly.
gonna you're not gonna validate your victim or your target. You're not gonna say, I'm targeting you because you're a black woman or a black man. I'm
Hmm.
targeting you because I want to that's giving up your power.
Hmm. Hmm.
You know,
Because that means if I say that I was wrong, that means now I have to rewrite everything.
that change.
Everything is a lie now. All
Absolutely.
history.
Hmm.
A lot of people don't even know about George Washington Carver.
Yeah, that's
They
true.
say, who is that?
Who that? Yeah.
Who
That's
is
true.
that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
And it's up to us, right? Planters peanuts, Jiffy peanut butter, sweet potato pies. Hello. Yeah, they don't know. And
Over 1,000 inventions.
yeah, and
And
still
they
counting,
have it on Google.
still counting, still counting.
They have it on Google.
Hmm.
Well, Google validates you, because Google is everything now.
And
When Google,
if you can Facebook, see, they too lazy to open another tab and type in google.com and do that. They want you to think for them and educate them so they can argue with you about how wrong you are as opposed to doing. You see what I'm saying?
well, I do Google now because anytime everybody else mentions something, they say go to Google because Google says this, and I go to Google now. So when I talk to people, them, I always say, well, Google says this because I'm using your system.
Exactly. And see, they so far behind with Google, they have to ask us, is it true?
Hmm.
What's on Google?
Hmm.
And a lot of that wiki stuff, it can be edited.
Of course.
So it's like if it's wiki based on a Microsoft product, which was created by them,
Hmm.
stolen from us,
Hmm.
wouldn't that inspire you to dig a little deeper as they would,
Exactly. I was trying to find something, and I probably don't have anything on me. But if you look at the dollar bill and the $5 bill, $10 bill, and $20 bill, that should answer your question for you.
there you go. There you go. And see, that stuff that, channels like mine and many other spiritualists and stuff, we have a lot of information we know about, not just under the umbrella of spirituality. We have history lessons, we understand different things that all tie in together to help feed your spirit, because knowledge is power. No matter what venue you travel, knowledge is power. And
Well,
we have to know our history in order to know how to tap into to correct things to help you with your spiritual walk.
well, I made a vow 2 years ago that I would stop being the victim. And when I made that vow that I would stop being the victim, do you know that my life improved dramatically?
Hmm.
I bought a house. It's been a year and 1 month today since I have owned my own home. My finances increased. A lot of good things happened because I stopped being the victim. And when I say victim, I'm not saying that we're victims, but sometimes we act as though we are victims.
Yeah.
Um, Not to discredit us. And I'm going to say it. It might step on some people's feet, but everybody has been slaves.
Yeah.
But who are the strongest slaves? The strongest slaves are people who are able to overcome no matter what. We
Mhm.
all of us, have the blood running through us from former slaves.
Yeah.
They live through us every single day. Okay. So it is up to us, our generations, to continue. Okay. To continue to be unstoppable. You got the internet now. Nothing holding you back now. You can go to school online. I own a business online. I don't go outside the home. This is my office. You can do everything online these days.
That's true.
Who's holding you back?
You.
And when they say no, okay, move on to the next person. If everybody in the United States say no, I can't hire you, then there's other countries. Call them up. You got a Skype phone? Research.
But again, there you go with the self victim begging.
Hmm.
Instead of taking that extra step, expanding that view, broadening your comfort zone, not going outside of it, making it bigger. Because when you do something once, you already know how to do it. So now you're not uncomfortable no more. You've done it. It's not
Hmm.
new anymore.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna broaden my comfort zone by doing different things. No, because I have this tool where now I don't have to physically touch you to be able to bully you, harass you, stalk you. And
Hmm.
when I'm done bullying you, I can just turn it off, and then now I'm innocent. When I could take that time to say, you know what, instead of trying to get a job the traditional way, I can go online or build my own business online and invest that time in building something versus trying to scare somebody else off of the same platform that I have access to.
And here's another thing. You know, with me teaching in other countries, the first thing people do is this is what they do. Hello, how are you?
True.
So if you didn't know me, would you know how I look?
Nope.
And then I pop in like this. Hi, can you see me? Very
Nope.
good.
There you
So
go.
it will give a person who is racist a heart attack because you have now exposed them for who they are
Yeah.
because it is a different perspective. Wow, he has such a powerful presence. He has such a powerful voice. Why shouldn't I? Again, we are one of the original civilizations. Weren't we teachers?
Yeah.
The first surgeons were where? In Africa.
In Africa. Or on Africa, I should say.
Exactly.
Hmm. That's right. It's just turning it around the correct way. That's all. reversing everything that we were taught, and we are looking at it from an inferior, subversive view. Like you said, begging. I don't need anybody to tell me that it's okay. Your people were slaughtered, and we know we were wrong for that. They know they were wrong for that.
Well, it's evident for you, and I'm not, and in no way am I trying to, and I'm not kissing butt, but I'm just a reality speaker, okay? Um, if 400 years of slavery doesn't tell you anything in your brain as a people who you're dealing with, then something's wrong.
Mental illness.
A lot of people say, "Do you hate white people?" I do not hate white people. I understand them, and I actually think they're quite clever because you can take a person who is so strong and who consider themselves gods and goddesses and take them and enslave them and not keep them for 30 years. I keep them for 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, but 400 years, and God knows how long they kept us because what history do you have? Who wrote the history?
The white people.
I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm just speaking truth.
And that's what we were saying earlier. Jeannie put it. Jeannie, is you remember Jeannie from?
Hmm.
She's such a like you. She just has words that describe things so perfect. She said that just like I said earlier, he who writes the history always wins. So of course they're going to write it in their favor. They're not going to say, you know what, we found these beautiful black people and they had a wealth of knowledge that we had no clue about.
Hmm.
And because they wouldn't willingly give it over to us, we had to force it. Although we couldn't comprehend this information without them.
Well,
So in
here's
some way,
another.
form, we had to use that information to lure them over to
Mhm.
agree with us to allow us to enslave them. They're not going to tell you that,
Well, here's the thing,
you
and
know,
a lot of people are trying to argue with me, but I tell them, I'm about facts. You know me. When I speak about facts.
the truth.
Is this chair black? Yes. For some people, it might look blue, but it's actually black. It's black, a black chair. Okay. Um, so basically, if we were all savages, if we were all uncivilized individuals all these years, and the good old people had to come save us. Tell me why there are no history of other folks for a long time. Tell me why what happened before religion came to part. What how did Africa survive millions of years? Don't you think when someone is destroying something and people are savages, there would be no Africans? Everything would be destroyed.
Hmm. Yep. A lot of people don't even know that.
We didn't kill a lot of the dinosaurs that were left over. We didn't kill them. We didn't go and force people to all be black. Everything will be black. Even when we went over to Italy and we ruled Italy and we ruled parts of Europe for 700 years.
Hmm. Cleopatra.
There were mulattoes, but we did not make everybody black because we have the power to make everybody black. We have the power to wipe everybody out.
Yep.
And I'm not saying killing people, but you get my point.
Yeah. To convert,
Procreating with them.
to
Mhm,
procreate and convert, just like they tried to do with the Native Americans. That's why people don't believe that
mhm.
a brown skinned woman or man or
Oh,
child,
stop. Oh, stop. You already know this. You already know this. You know, I told someone,
American, you don't look Native American.
look, in India right now, there is an African tribe that has been on an island close to India that the Indian government protects, and they're the indigenous people in India,
Hmm.
okay? And they refuse to get off of that island. because they said they're going to be here forever. And they're very short people,
Mm-hmm.
sort of like dwarfs. Okay. So we come in all heights, all shapes. In
Mm-hmm.
Australia, the Aboriginals. In Mexico, they have African people there.
Yep.
In Italy, there are African people. In China, African people. In Japan, there's African people.
Germany,
Can I go on? Would you like for me to go on with the list? So
Poland,
what? So what does that say to you?
Switzerland.
And those people weren't slaves, by the way.
Yep.
The indigenous people there.
Oh, now you preaching now. Be careful.
What does that say to you?
What it says to me is, you know, the clip in the movie The Great Debaters always runs through my mind when
I have not seen that movie.
you guys see it because it's a part in there where it says, "Kill the mind, keep the body,"
Mm,
and that perfectly describes
stop.
how the settlers enslaved us because our minds then and now are still very brilliant people we are. It don't matter if you're from the continent. It don't matter if you're from this part of the continent after it's separate. It doesn't matter. If you
I
are
told
a
you.
melanated person, there's brilliance there, even in the madness.
I told you. Being a boy from Chicago, living in parts of the ghetto of Chicago, I never in my wildest dreams thought that I would have moved out of Chicago, lived to be 28 years old,
You
own
mean
my own corner house.
Chicago, child, please.
Huh?
There ain't no ghetto in Chicago.
Oh, please stop. Um, and let me tell you this. Before they knocked down the projects, all the killings were in the projects. So once they knocked down the projects, then that's when all the killings start going to Chicago,
Yeah.
all parts of Chicago. Because guess what? You ain't got nowhere to go. So
There
what
was
we're
no,
going to do? We're
they were,
going to ex- hello,
yeah,
expand.
yeah.
Do you get my point? But
That, that's
I've been in Chicago so many years, and I didn't get killed.
me neither.
When
I'm
I
sorry.
was younger,
Mhm.
there were neighborhoods. It was bad, but it wasn't bad. We had the Arab on the corner, we had the drug dealers on the corner, and we had the churches on the corners. But they understood where they were going. They understood how far. What?
The liquor store across the street from the church.
Exactly. Exactly.
Every
Exactly.
other corner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they knew how far they were going, how far they will go, drug dealers. They
Mhm.
knew that they're not going to go to senselessly kill people. To be quite frank, it's my generation who start all this craziness. I'm
But you know
28 years old.
the thing about it is, it's propaganda. A lot of it. We both know that because we've lived there. And even just 2 years ago, before I left myself, it was not as bad as what they put on the media. It's not.
Didn't we just talk
People
about
are not
images?
dying every day. Look, young men are not killing each other
Didn't we
every
just talk about images?
yeah. And the murder rate here in Fayetteville, North Carolina is 2 times what it is in Chicago.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. Have you seen these people killing each other?
Nope.
Have anybody?
I
Where's the
have
video? We live in the time of technology. Don't you think we all should have? I bet you can catch the killers if you put videos on video cameras on outside of the houses
now
in the
I've seen
neighborhoods.
video of police killing everybody.
I'm
I,
talking about I'm talking about black on black crime. That's what I'm talking about.
right.
I think we could deal with the issue right away. Everybody's like, go and march. No, put video cameras outside. Just
Put
put
them
them
up.
all through the neighborhood, all in the houses, and I bet you'll find out what's going on. We live in the day of technology. Proof in the pudding.
Where are all these black murderers? I want to know too. I want to know where all the drug dealers and gangbangers are because there were no gangs in my neighborhood at all in Chicago. I don't see any gang
Fear
members.
is a powerful thing.
Pass me a cigarette, please.
Fear is a powerful thing.
Yeah, fear mongering is the oldest trick in the book for indigenous people because we're more
But you
subdued.
but you got to give them the credit. I'm sorry, but I give them the credit.
I give
We're
you,
so gullible that you allow people to put fear in your brain.
and
And
it's like the Nazism, the Hitler.
well,
What
I
make?
live in a German town. Did I tell you that?
Yeah, it's a simple lie.
I didn't know I lived in a German town until
And
someone told me.
mhm, yeah,
I said, "Excuse me," and my crazy self. I study history, but a lot of times my wife had to tell me, "You know who the Germans are?" I said, "No, I feel so sorry for the Germans," and she said, "You feel sorry for them?" I said, "Aren't those the folks that was in the Holocaust and stuff?" And she said, "No, that was the Jews and the blacks." I said, "Oh my God, yeah, you're right." Because I don't think about that stuff 24/7. Just
yeah,
like I don't think about you were a slave. I've never been a slave. I don't think about, oh, we were captured for 400 years. That don't go through my mind 24/7. I think about how I'm going to pay my bills, how I'm going to make something more out of myself. I don't think about those things. So when the police stopped me, he said, this is a small German town. I'm like, why is he telling me this is a small German town? Okay. And I'm black in a small German town. I'm the only black in a small German town. So I'm thinking it's no big deal. And people kept saying, oh, I'm German. Okay. And then my
hmm
wife said, do you not know what they're trying to tell you? I said, oh, they're trying to scare me. Okay, great.
that's crazy.
I swear to you, I did not think that.
Yeah,
I
and it
swear.
starts out subtle. It is a subtle, suggestive programming, and then it's the bullying. They're pulling you over for no reason, and then they're
I've been
with.
pulled over 43 times.
You said 43.
Yes, I've counted them. Mhm.
Wow, 43
Mhm.
in that town.
Well, in this town, 23, but around Colorado,
Oh,
43.
okay,
Hmm.
gotcha. That's it. They kill the mind, keep the body. Now, if you were not conscious, you probably would say, you know what, honey, we got to get the family and leave because I don't want to be another number. I don't want to be another statistic. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not afraid when it comes to the police now. I used to be years ago until I started understanding about them. It's a power struggle. And I tell people all the time the thing that black people do wrong, especially black men, they're really targeting us, is that, man, what you pull me over for, Joe? No, get off of me. Man, just stop talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-uh. Calm down. Hello, officer. Good morning. Good evening. How are you? Everything okay?
Yeah. They.
Officer, I am reaching in my pocket to get my ID. Officer, I'm reaching to get my ID.
Right.
Officer, here is my ID. Now
They're.
that irritates the police because I
Mm,
do that. I turn the car off. I put both of my hands on top of the wheel and I put my keys right on top of the thing. And I keep my seatbelt on because they didn't tell you to take your seatbelt off. And I always keep my wallet. I always wear a shirt. Not today, but a shirt with where I can keep my wallet up here and
right.
my ID and
Right.
stuff. Every time I drive, and people say, "Why should I take those precautions?" You want to go home, don't you?
Do you
That
want
doesn't
to?
make you a coon. That doesn't make you weakling. It just makes you smarter
Yeah.
because they're looking for an excuse.
Just like I say with the reparations, it's the same idea. People
Mhm.
say, well, Africans didn't get their reparations. Okay, but the Native Americans did. How? They used the tactics of the government and their principles and policies against them to win that case on high. Just like you have to use the police
Palestine,
reverse. If
Palestine, the
yeah,
Jews.
if you want to live, then you're gonna be smart when you deal with the enemies, quote unquote.
Hmm.
Since we look at the police as an enemy, then do you want to piss off your enemy so he'll kill you, or do you want to work in conjunction with your enemy so he will release you
Hmm.
because they can do whatever the fuck they want. They've proven that. The
Yes,
police
they
are not
can.
here to protect black people.
I have had a lot of people that I know tell me, "You are just so cocky about it." I said, "I'm not cocky about anything. I know that I will end up one day with someone who has a bad day, and I have ended up with a lot of angry cops before.
Yep,
But
me too.
guess what? It is up to you to change that environment. It
Yeah.
is up to you to tell them, 'Are you okay, officer?'"
Are you the thermostat or the thermometer of your life?
Exactly.
That's how I see it. Because you've seen Sandra Bland and many other black women who go
Corey
through
Gaines.
everything black men do. And I'm the same way. I'll put my hands on the steering wheel or on the roof of the car, turn the car off, roll the window down a crack. Is there something wrong, officer? Did I do something wrong? I stay
Hmm.
calm, keep my voice down, but I know the law.
Hmm.
So I have a little
Well,
bit of advantage than some people do.
people ask me, have I ever been asked to get out the car and thrown on the car? And the answer is absolutely no. I've always remained in my car. I've never been asked to get out of the car, and I've never had a gun pulled at my head. It is because I give them no attentions too. And even if they do pull a gun at my head, I'm going to say, "I'm sorry, officer, you make me feel very uncomfortable. I am now terrified. I'm very scared. You know, is
Hmm.
there anything I can do to help the situation? Shut up!" And I will shut up.
Yeah, a lot of us have a misguided way of militancy. We think that it's aggressive and, harsh and, in your face,
Mhm.
and we don't understand that being a militant, vigilant, being true to yourself is not, sometimes you have to cooperate in order to get your point across. And if you value your life, then, you're going to do what you need to do to get out of that situation.
Well, unfortunately, I do not own a pair of jeans. I do not own a hoodie anymore. I got rid of all of those things after Trayvon Martin with his Skittles in his hand. I do not buy Skittles anymore. Skittles were my favorite, but I don't want those Skittles to be an Arizona tea. That's black folks' favorite. I love me some Arizona tea, some fruit punch, and some strawberry lemonade. But I don't do Arizona tea no more. Uh, and it's not. And the reason why I say these things is when I leave outside the home, I always have a shirt and a tie on, and a pair of dressy pants, and some shoes. So you may ask me, why do you have to go through all that? Because I don't want a mistaken identity. You fit the description. Oh, do I, officer? So did this individual have a tie on and a shirt and a pair of dressy pants? No. So how am I fitting the description? You get my point? When they
Absolutely.
say you fit the description, that's what they're talking about. You fit the typical African American male or the typical black male, right?
The typical, yeah. And that's what I was talking about also back in the day when before my grandfather passed and my mother's brothers, my uncles, they used to, even if they worked in a factory or as a mechanic somewhere, every day they got up and got dressed. They
Hmm.
put on a tie, a hat, shoes, they pressed their clothes, and they went to work and put on their uniform, work. They got dressed and to come home. And it was for a reason, for that very reason. Because they typically said it's a dirty, tattered looking, worn down, bummy, hobo-ish type of nigger that got away. You feel me?
Hmm. And
So
it always shocks police officers when
yeah,
they come up to me. Because when
stop
you
it.
look at me, honestly, when you look at me, I look like somebody from Chicago. I look like, what's up? Yo, know what I mean?
Hmm.
I look like him. But then when you speak to me, Good morning, officer. How are you? It throws them off
Way off.
because I speak the king's language, right?
Hmm.
And I think that's what we have to understand. We have to understand that they're more comfortable with them because they are them. They know how they are going to act.
Hmm.
They don't know how you're going to act. So they're unfamiliar. I don't know how they are going to act because I'm not them, but I can tell you how another black person is going to act because I've grew up around them. I
Yeah.
know them.
So we have to get out of the typical way of reacting. Reactionary versus responding is totally different. That's another tool that our people don't understand. You react and go, "Why is he pulling me over? Oh my God, what did I do?"
You know why he's pulling you over. That here's the thing. Okay, let's stop this. The thing is, you know why they are pulling you over. You know why they are treating you this way.
Yep.
You know why you are getting denied. You know why people are looking at you strange. Did we just wake up into a whole new world, or have we been here for some time? Have our people been here in America for some time?
It's
D-
nothing new. It's nothing new.
I'm just asking
Yeah,
because
just going
everybody's.
back to what you were saying about begging for validation. You being belligerent is not going to give you any more bridge over that gap of prejudice, bias, and being targeted. You being, militant and loud and rude, that's not getting you any closer to validating you as a human being. That's why the perpetual mantra is they're savages, they're unruly, they're ignorant, they're undereducated, they're ghetto, they're ratchet because of how we constantly respond in an angry fashion to their disrespect because they see that we
You're
don't
giving them an excuse to
you're
act the way.
justifying every stereotype that they invented when you do that. Now, a lot of people gonna call me a coon for saying that, but
I've been called the coon a million times.
it's true. It's true. That part of it is true. However, you're not a coon if you educate yourself on their methodology, on their principles, on their mind state. If you understand the way they work, you know why they're doing what they're doing. That's your power right there. So you don't have to beg for shit when a black man gets killed in the street unarmed for no reason and choked out. You don't have to go march and throw rocks and burn the town down. You get in them law books and you look up the laws and the ordinance and the color of law. And then you prosecute that murderer for what he is, a
And
murderer.
following their policies and following
Following
their
their book,
laws.
go playing by their playbook, their rules, and they're on their playing field. You went in Rome because the police were policing the slaves to keep them on the plantation.
I understand what you're saying. You're speaking to the choir.
You know what I'm saying?
You're speaking to the choir.
But I am a whole bitch, sellout, slut, shame to be black because I went to law school to serve my people to teach them these things either free or at a
Well,
discount rate versus gouging their pocketbook and saying, pay me a retainer of $8,000 and then I might get you off. Or if you piss me off, I might not do the work and the research and then you'll go to jail for 20 years.
well, I've been called Captain Save a Hole. I've been called a faggot. I've been called all types of names. But I will be your Captain Save a Hole. I will be your faggot. I will be everything that you call me. But at the end of the day, once I turn off this computer, I'm going to lay in the bed with my lovely wife in my comfortable house on the corner that I own. And I'm also going to get back up later on today and get on a computer and a microphone to make my money. I make money from a computer and a microphone. That should
Hmm.
blow people's mind right there.
It
That's
does.
my living.
And you know it does because I've gone through the same thing when we worked for the same company and before I met you. That's how I made my money. But let some of these black men who are black power, I love my sisters. You know, I'm down for the cause. I'm here. We gotta help each other. We all we got.
Well,
Attack
I've
because
admitted to you. Mm,
yeah, I'm campaigning for donations and support for a worthy
mm,
cause and for a worthy, establishment to be erected for our people to revert back to what works.
mm. Well,
Spirituality.
I've admitted to you before that I have a lot of pain. I have a lot of hurt through my life from black women. Okay. I'm still a work in progress. And if I hated black people, I wouldn't be talking to you. If I hated black folks, you see my page. My page is 99% black people on there and 85% black women on there.
Hmm.
So I'm always trying to fix myself because just because several black women have hurt me and put me into a predicament that it almost destroyed my self esteem, it doesn't mean that every black woman is going to be the same.
That's right.
And I have to give her a chance. I
So
have to give the black woman a chance.
heal that though. That's the thing. That's what I'm aiming at is that myopic view of black women
Mhm.
ain't shit, black man ain't shit because we're hurting from one or a few that we had bad experiences with. Because I have same thing just on the other side of the coin. I have a lot of pain from black men that I've encountered, but I know all black men are not the same.
Mhm.
I know that because I've
Mhm.
seen it, I've witnessed it, and right now, right here,
Mhm.
as we speak, and I know the difference. And getting it to infect, just like the negative, toxic
Mhm.
thing, learning how to let go, when to say when. When are we going to stop? How do we get it to catch on and be more accepting of the idea of you got to give
Well,
each other a chance to prove that
well,
stereotype to be untrue?
I have a lot of people in my life and a lot of black women in my life who dislike me, and including family members, because they've been hurt by black men. And it upsets them because they can no longer be the victim. They can no longer make an excuse for black men and saying that black men, all black men ain't shit. And it is because I am definitely a black man from the ghetto of Chicago. I am definitely a black man.
You done
Uh,
sold out. You
you know,
left.
maybe yeah, maybe I'm sold out.
So you
Um,
because you left the ghetto, you're not struggling no more. So you not a black man.
yeah, but you know what? At the at the end of the day, at the end of the day, here's the thing: in order to grow, sometimes you have to take yourself out of a situation that is toxic or a place that is toxic
Oh, come
in
on
order to grow. You have to separate yourself from people who are poisoning you in your mind
now. Learn
in order
when to
to
say when.
grow.
Learning when to say when. Toxic people and the toxic things they do. If you
Mhm.
surround yourself with toxic behavior and toxic
Mhm.
situations, you will be toxic. You will be poisoned.
Mhm.
If you remove yourself from that situation and environment and you begin to heal and remove the poison, guess what? That makes more room and more strength for you to reground yourself and plant your roots deeper so you can pull more people out of
Mhm.
that situation.
So that is the reason why I feel that some black women that I have met are so angry with me, because I'm not trying to get into their pants. I'm not trying to, you know, have sex with them. I'm not trying to holler at them. I'm not trying to be a cheater. I own my own business.
Oh, come on now.
Uh,
You cheating on your wife with
no,
me.
I'm not.
You calling
No,
me under the covers and talking under
no,
my clothes every time.
no.
Yes,
And people will think that. Really, people will think that. And
they do.
I asked my wife, I said, do you feel uncomfortable with me having so many women on my page? And she says she doesn't because she knows me. And honestly, I know myself. I don't need to hide behind things in order to get women, to be very honest with you. And I'm not trying to be arrogant, but every day women are throwing themselves at me because not because I'm an attractive individual, it's because of the confidence that I have, and they're looking for stability. Okay, so why would I go on the internet to pick up women and to do little nasty things with women? And why would I pay someone to spend time with me when I can get all of these things for free in life?
Mm-hmm.
Because honestly, look at the man pool. I'm just saying, look at the man pool today. Every man doesn't do what I do. I cook, I clean, I can wash my own clothing. I don't need you to wash my clothes. I can make my own bed. I can do those things for myself.
You have a job.
If I want to do those things for myself, I can do those things for myself. I don't need a woman. Okay. What else? I have a job. I own my own business, own my own car, own my own home.
You're educated.
Yes, I'm educated. You know, so at the end of the day, what am I trying to prove? Who am I trying to prove something to? Nothing. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. What I'm trying to focus on lately is to show black women, and any woman from the island, whether it's Jamaica or it's from Haiti or from Puerto Rico or from Cuba or anywhere, any of our people, that you no longer have to deal with nothing as man,
Mm-hmm.
because now there's no excuse. Okay, hello, I exist. We exist. There's plenty of us out here. You're just not looking hard enough.
Talking to the wrong people. Yeah.
Exactly.
I was just having a conversation with a young lady today about that, and she asked for my insight, empathic insight on the situation with a gentleman who was interested in her, and it was a former connection she had. It was an ex. So she gave me the rundown, and I basically just told her, I said, it's time to choose different. You know,
Hmm.
that person is an ex for a reason, you know. And that's what I was talking about the other night with baby mama boot camp, and the baby mama is now the ex, and the baby mama's contacting the current
Hmm.
woman, the current wife or whatever, or intended whatever, and
Hmm.
threatening her or what have you. And that's not conducive to the best interests of the children or the collective, you know, blended family. It's just not helpful, healthy in any way. And when are women going to understand that attacking the new person in his life is counterproductive, just period, because it's sending the wrong message to the children, as well as, it's just divisive, period. It's destructive, it's unhealthy.
Hmm.
And that pain that you feel from that break, being an ex, being discarded or rejected for whatever reason, you're not internalizing it to examine it, to heal it. You're internalizing it to do something and be destructive and use it as a force to destroy and further break down the family,
Hmm.
and just ruin the future and the present existence of the children. It's really messing with their minds and their psyche and their emotions when they see that they can't verbally express it. They don't have a voice.
Hmm.
And that's what the root of the problem is. Like you said, it's a lot of people, black men and women, hurting, and they don't know what to do with that pain, and they're begging for validation with the antics and the dysfunctional behavior. Pay attention to me. You're not giving me what I want. I don't have
Hmm.
control anymore. A lot of it is fear-based lack of control too. Fear of losing control, fear of loss, fear of being rejected, not being good enough. Validating yourself with external things and people, and holding on to this toxic mindset of, if I can't have you, nobody can have you. If I
Well,
can't,
here's the thing.
I'm gonna destroy the rest of your potential to be happy. You know.
Here's the thing. What I've noticed about some women is that they go for the looks before they go for quality. Um, and everyone has the potential. And I say this all the time. Even when men come to me, I have some male friends who say, "Man, she is bad." And I said, after you take off the makeup, the 2 pounds of makeup on her face, after you take off the false eyelashes,
Hmm.
after you take off the weave in her head, now I want you to reanalyze her. After you sit down, don't have sex for like 90 days. Okay. I would prefer longer, but 90-day probation. So after those 90 days, you get to learn that person. How about you, every day you talk to that person and you be involved in that person's life to really figure out who is this person? And usually in 90 days, you're able to see the real them because you can't pretend for too long. Okay.
Hmm.
The real you's going to come out after a while.
Yeah, the
It's,
people always give the best representative of themselves, don't they?
they have to. It's like an interview.
Mm.
It's like an interview, you know. And I always say I'd rather see the real you. I don't
Yeah,
want all this fake stuff.
yeah,
You
give
know,
real
some of the
deal.
most beautiful people to me, especially black women. My wife is not black; she's Puerto Rican and Cuban. But I've always told her before. I said, "I love you, but I would have never met you if there was a black woman when I was in Chicago who gave the same love and the same qualities that you gave." And she said, "I know that is their loss." Because let me tell you, Angie, she's not giving me back. I want to let you know that. I'm
Well,
sorry, black community. She
you
ain't
know,
giving me back.
with all due respect, I don't blame her. I don't blame her because I had a premonition of meeting the person that I would
Hmm.
be with,
Hmm.
and I knew it was not going to be an American black man. I
Hmm.
knew it, and it's no diss against American black men. It's just the fact that cultured men that have been more places,
Hmm.
I have more in common with intellectually and spiritually.
Hmm.
The spirituality of many, not all, many black American men is very dim.
Hmm.
A lot of American men are disconnected from their spirit. They don't understand it. They don't want to learn. They don't want to grow. And it's very sad to me. I don't enjoy saying that. It's just the truth. So when I
Hmm.
met the person that I'm with now, it just was amazing to me, and I was still a little bit shocked because I'm like, wow, because I kind of predicted it and I had a feeling, but he feels the same way. He's like, you know what? I just happen to have one of the best American women in the world, and sorry,
Hmm.
they can't have you back. I understand that totally. You know, because it's not about being disloyal to your culture or disloyal to your race or whatever. It's about finding that person that fits for you and that person that gives you what you want and what you need in a partner.
Well, here's the thing. Neither one of us are being disloyal to our culture and to our race because if you look at it, to be very honest with you, if you look at it, you say to yourself, um, I lost you on video. I don't know how. Um, somewhere. I lost you. Um,
Is it on?
technology. I don't know. It's probably on my side.
Let me see. Am I back now?
No, it's fine.
You
Um,
brought
I
it.
think I broke the technology. Oh, wow. I broke it.
Yeah, yeah, come back in. That might do it. I think he's going to come back. Yes. There you
Okay,
go.
there we are. We're back. Okay, so we're not being disloyal because Africa is a part of us. Puerto Rico, Cuba is a part of us. Dominican Republic is a part of us. Haiti
Hmm.
is a part of us. Is it not?
That's true. What they say, the difference is just a boat stop.
Jamaica is a part of us, even though a lot of Jamaicans don't consider themselves of the African descent. But I tell you, if you put all of us in a room together, I bet you wouldn't know the difference.
Nobody would know until somebody speaks.
Bumble clock,
Hmm.
okay? What a gun,
Yeah.
okay?
What? Why?
Okay? So at the end of the day, no one will really know the difference. But what I'm trying to say here is that um, our natural self is so much beautiful than European weave or
Oh
Indian piece on top of our head. But you gotta admit it, some of us really look like fools putting those pieces on top of our head. And just
goodness.
so foreign, so unnatural.
You gonna get me started? Cause down here, the big
You know,
head. Oh
you
my
know,
God! And then the brilliant colors.
you know. So, you know, it's like this, you
True.
know.
What the orange?
Okay. So it's like this. So if I walked around like this all day, you would ask me, what is wrong with you?
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is my natural hair.
Okay, you gotta do this.
This is my natural hair. You know? So it distracts you, doesn't it?
It is
It
very.
really does.
It is.
Because it's so bright and it's so orange. Okay? You know, you have people, and I'm not trying to talk about folks, really.
But the
Yeah.
truth, truth though.
You have folks that their hairline is all the way up here with the wigs. And you're like, that's not your natural hairline, but then pack so much makeup right here that you don't know what's their real hairline. And then you have so many African American women complaining about their edges.
Oh my
And
goodness.
it's like edges can grow back, you know, they really can. Hello, edges can grow back. Edges can grow back. They really can.
Yeah.
Hair can grow back. It really can. The problem is that we do so much to our hair. If I keep pulling at your scalp, I'm just pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling. After a while, you're going to give me problems,
Yeah.
correct?
You're not gonna
Yep.
have no more up there to pull.
Exactly. It's
It's
too
gonna
much
be.
tension.
Yeah.
It's too much tension.
My
If I,
thing. This my pet peeve with the weave and all of that extra is not just the missing edges and the 12 head. It's once you get to the crown, it looks like a football helmet. It's so much, it's either matted and it raises up, or the hair underneath has grown out, to where it's pushing the weave up to you where you look like a cone head. And I'm like, you don't see that that's abnormal,
oh my,
like that your head is not 6 inches like above where your skull. There's 6 inches of hair up there.
well, I deflected the myth, and the myth was, can my hair be straight without a perm? And I know several black women, and I won't name their names, but family members of mine, who has allowed me. I dab into that too. I'm just a handyman. I can do anything. I do hair too. Did I tell you that? I do. So I've dabbed into that. So, for instance, with my daughter, she is half black and she has black people's hair. So what I do is I put some coconut, raw coconut in her head. Okay, and let it sit overnight. And then what do? You wash it out. Okay. And I use non sulfate shampoo.
Hmm.
Sulfate is what really strips our hair
Yep.
because it's not meant for African American or our particular hair.
Hmm.
Okay. And
And
then after that, you wet
oil.
it. Mhm. You wet it and you put some oil on it. And then you remember the hot comb, or you can take a hot comb, or you can take a flat iron, and when you wet it, you just go down and it will turn out straight. Why? Well, because you don't have all these different chemicals in your head. Our hair can naturally be straight. You probably won't get all this straight, you know,
Hmm.
that'll still be hanging up, but still, our hair can be straight.
And the thing about, hair, period, is, we have been taught to dislike the fact that our hair has life in it. Our hair is alive when it's attached to us. Whereas,
Hmm.
other cultures, their hair is dead.
Hmm.
So it's supposed to stand up and out. That is the natural state of it.
Hmm.
And to be told that in order to be accepted and beautiful and looked at as what a standard of beauty is, it has to be straight, and aimed down at the ground. And that's right there, you know something that more women need to embrace is their natural live hair. That's part of who you are, and that's just the way you're born, is to have kinky, wiry, wild hair.
Hmm.
That's just the way it is. And I remember when my granddaughter was about 1.5 or 2, she had just learned how to walk, and I took her to a church function with my husband at the time, and she had the little Afro puffs all over. I had done her hair up in little Afro puffs. She had a lot of hair at 2, and that was one of the easier styles because she's a wild sleeper. So I
Hmm.
would style it in Bantu knots for a couple days, and I would take it out, and redo it. So I just redone it. So she had like a million, and she looked adorable to me. I loved it. Everybody else loved it. But when I took her to church, there was a woman there who just kept watching her. She was exploring and I was following her around, and we were eating. It was a reception after the event. So this lady, she just kept watching, and then as we sat down to eat and everything, it was buffet style. So we came around, sat down, and she came over to me and she looked real concerned. And she kept examining the baby and looking at me. And she said, "Well, I'm going to talk to mommy for a while." And I looked at her. I said, "This is my granddaughter, but okay, hi. Have we met?" We introduced. She started talking. And she said, "There's something that you can put in her hair to not make it so nappy."
Hmm. Oh, wow.
Come on now. So I said, well, that is the natural
So
texture.
define nappy for me.
I still don't know how to do that. I don't know how to define nappy. To
Hmm.
me, nappy is a blanket with fuzz on it. That's nappy to me. A blanket with little balls of fuzz on it.
So, going back to the Bible, was Jesus' hair nappy?
I guess so, because they said it was like wool, white, and like wool. So the lady, I said, well, that is her hair, natural texture of her hair, and we are, indigenous people, so her hair is going to be kinky, and she's only 2. So there's not much that you really need to be doing with a 2 years old hair except manipulating it and keeping it clean and groomed. So I'm just going to respectfully decline your suggestion. So we started talking about relaxers, and she prefers hers relaxed, and she relaxed all of her daughter's hair at a very young age. And so then, me being the naturalist that I am, I told her that is really a personal choice, but these are the things you might want to consider since you are very adamant about using chemicals. And we went into the lie and what it can do to you and your health. And she said, "I never knew that." I said, "Well, I'm glad I could help you." And you know what she said after our conversation? She said, "See, here I am coming over here thinking I'm going to tell you something, and I learned something."
Exactly.
I said, "Well, that's the whole, beauty of human nature. You give and you take." She said, yeah, I thought I had it all under control, and I had no idea that I was doing all this to myself, but I just prefer the straight look. I don't like the bushy. And I said, well, that is your natural state. And the more you embrace it, the better of a relationship you'll have with your hair.
Well, I had a fallout with my hair about 3 years ago. We got into a big battle. Okay. We did because I've had a lot of styles with my hair. I used to fry my hair like a fried turkey too, 3 years ago. I did. That was a point. I had dreadlocks also. I told you about that.
Yeah, I wish I
Uh,
could seen that. I know you were really amazed. I know people really was amazed with that.
yeah, they were amazed because when a lot of people are shocked when they see me in person because they say, you know what, you remind me of somebody from the island. Have you been to Africa before? And I said, I've never been to Africa. Uh, because I look sort of like what? An African, correct?
Hmm.
From There's probably different tribes. You can probably find a twin out in Africa that I look like. I can probably be from Morocco or from the Congo or from Egypt. There are some still black Egyptians out there
Very black.
that
Yeah,
look, and some of them are my skin complexion. If you look
like
up, if you
burgundy,
go,
like this. Yes.
yeah, if you
Yeah.
go on Google right now and you type up Egyptians, you will see a little girl on Google who is from Egypt who looks similar to me.
Yeah.
If you look at the statues, they have our noses, me and your nose and her nose.
We
They
have
have our noses. Exactly.
because that's all indigenous Native
You
Americans
see
are
my eyebrows?
derivative of
These are natural, the same. You know,
yeah.
if you looked at those Egyptian statues painted in gold and etc., those coffins, and you really thought that that wasn't you, then I have to say, as an African or African American, Native American, Black, alien, whoever, if you look at that stuff and you don't see any similarities, then what I want to do is I want you to go get yourself checked out mentally.
You definitely do because they had locks, they had braids, they had cornrows, they had bantu knots, they had afro puffs, they had twists, they had sister locks, they had all of that back then, millions of years ago. Cleopatra did not have violet eyes and ivory skin. He was fresh oil black,
Look,
blacker than.
Ghana had a whole civilization, okay,
Yep.
before the Europeans came over. Let's be honest here. They have books. I have to find those books and I have to give you a link to it to show you. I found something where they have books of how to build a Ghananese civilization, how the kingdom in Ghana, how the king in Ghana had windows before windows were even invented.
That's awesome because I was reading on the pyramids on Giza.
Mhm,
They have built-in air conditioning systems that are not mechanical.
mhm. How about
It's
the
architect.
I think it's the Dominican Republic of Congo,
Hmm.
Congo.
The
Um,
Congo.
I just started learning about the queen that was there, how powerful she was.
It's amazing, and that's why I love talking to my guy because he was educating me on their water filtration system,
Mhm,
and he said we would build ponds and then naturally make not a dam but like a reservoir
mhm.
in the ground. They would build a pond, make it into a reservoir, and then that's how they filtered the water through the rocks to make it drinking water, and to bathe in it and be able to use it for cooking and things like that. And it was all a natural process. They didn't use any like piping or any synthetic filters or anything like that. And it blew my mind. And he's from Nigeria, like he's from the continent on
Mm.
the in the middle in Nigeria. And it's amazing some of the things that they do where we've copied that technology with synthetic ways of making it, of course, more efficient and easier to do. So you mass produce it, and it's faster. However, it's the same principle. It's the same basics. It's the same schematics and everything. Where they would use a shovel, we use a backhoe or whatever.
Mhm.
Because of capitalism and all that too, industrialism,
Well,
constantly in that.
here's my problem. My problem is that how can I say this? Um, you have one of your. I'm sorry, I was looking at your chat there. I think someone's trying to talk to you. Um, you have that threw me off. I'm sorry. I'm trying to think here. All of Africa was not conquered. That's something that they don't tell us about. There were some countries. If I'm not mistaken, Africa has 54 countries, and they speak over 525 languages.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken,
Mhm.
you can fit 54 United States in there. Okay, but not all of Africa was conquered. Look at the parts of Africa that was conquered, and that was what it was the western areas. It was all the borders.
The Ivory
You know,
Coast. Yeah.
hmm So if the U.S. was conquered, it would be equivalent to Washington, New York, Florida, California, Nevada, you know, Texas, all those places. So it's similar to Africa. Egypt is right. It's like you can literally just walk over there to the so-called Middle East because Egypt, if you look at the map, is right there. It's right over there by Israel, Jerusalem, stuff like that.
Yep.
And you remember the Earth is always changing. The craters is always changing
Yep.
because it was all one part.
Yep.
You know, if you look at how the names have changed over the years,
Over the
Russia
years.
wasn't as big as Russia is.
True.
Russia went to war, through the wars and stuff, the names got changed, history got rewritten.
Yeah, and he who writes history always wins. They always, I mean, and like you said, just that in and of itself, you can put 54 United States inside of Africa. And if you look at a globe or a map or an atlas of the world, Africa is so tiny compared to the United States. The way they drew it, the way they sketched it out. So it's a lot that we don't understand how they trick you, and try and lie to you. I don't forget tricking, they lie. That they have lied to us about, and when you don't study and really look into things that you're taught and told by, you know, those that don't know,
Well,
you really
I
have to
think
do
that
your
we're
research.
the. I'm sorry to say this, but lately I really think that we're the fools. To be very honest with you, I know that is so harsh. That is so mean for me saying
It's
that.
true.
But how will it's like Malcolm X said, why would you let your enemy teach your children? Because they'll never teach them how to overcome.
True. But for me to say homeschool, bring your children to me and I'll help you learn how to homeschool. I'll give you some tools on, how to homeschool effectively.
Mhm.
What the fuck? You think you know everything?
Well, my daughter was homeschooled, just recently graduated, and the experience was extraordinary because I was able to control her thinking, her mind, how she feels. And those are some of the most crucial times that she was homeschooled was in high school because
Yeah,
that's the make it or break it.
it is. Very critical time.
And that's when
Preschool
hmm,
and high school.
that's when I learned about the self-esteem issues that so many young ladies have, and especially anybody who is of African descent, because you know I always remind her every day. I say, you know what? I don't care what anyone says that if anyone thinks that you are ugly, I said that I always will think you are the most beautiful goddess there is. And in her mind, she thinks she's a goddess because Daddy told her that she's a goddess. Because
She is.
it is up to us to tell our children and our young ladies who they are. And I always remind people, just because I'm not with a black woman doesn't mean that I don't love black women, because that means I would hate myself because my mother is a black woman.
Thank you. Could you please repeat that?
Yes. Just because I'm not with a black woman, that doesn't mean that I don't like black women. I that means that I would hate myself because my mother is a black woman, and I love my mother.
Thank you. I love that you said that. You said it
You
so
know,
perfect.
I
You
have
know,
to appreciate the black woman. To be very honest with you, I just to be very honest with you, I'm just waiting for black women to appreciate their self and their beauty. That's what
me
I'm
too.
waiting on.
Me
I
too.
I've been waiting on that for years. I'm your biggest supporter. Like, stand up. That's my thing. Stand up.
Hmm.
You want things to change? Stop dating the man that you're dating. Say close for business. Access denied.
Thank you. I've said that so many times over the years. A nation only rises as high as her woman, and if we learn
They
how,
conquered our women. They took over the village because they conquered our women.
we
When you
conquer the
can,
woman.
who raises us? Do men raise us? No, women do. Who bellies
Oh,
are
and
we
that's
in?
another thing that I hear a lot, from that individual that I showed you.
Hmm.
Um, he says that, it's the black woman's fault because of the single mother households. They're raising these weak, useless, trifling young boys, and the black woman can't raise a boy to be a man. When in part, that's true because you do need the whole family unit to have a successful union and rearing of the children. They need both parents. That's true.
So,
However,
mhm,
I know many, many, many very, very strong, intelligent, educated, well rounded, well behaved black men that grew up without their father. And I'm looking at one.
mhm,
I'm
mhm,
looking at one right now.
mhm,
So I'm just glad you said that because
mhm,
if we
mhm,
close the cookie jar, because
mhm.
women have that impulse control too, that issue with impulse control, they look at the looks, like you said.
But it's okay. The thing is, we all, before we get to meet a person, I'm biased myself. I don't talk to ugly people all the time. I'm gonna be very honest with you.
I don't
I
either.
love a beautiful
That's
woman.
natural. That
I
mean,
love a beautiful woman.
you
So,
want to have something nice to look at in the day and the night now, but
so when I get angry at
when
you,
they
the
open
first,
their mouth, they're
Mhm.
not so pretty no more.
Yeah, when I get angry at you, I want to say, you know what? You are just so beautiful. I am not going to argue with you at this moment. Okay. But before you get to know a person, of course, they're going to look at their looks. I understand.
Yeah, that's the first thing.
That's the first thing. That's the way of courting. That's the way of mating. Okay. But afterwards, once you learn who this person is, that that is what makes things stronger. Can I have a conversation with you?
It's ugly. If your soul is ugly, your looks don't matter to me.
Hmm.
And that's something too I want to say real quick is I was talking to an acquaintance and going through what I'm going through, and just like anything anybody else, I'm like, could you help me out? And I'll give you a reading in exchange for your
Hmm.
assistance. And it's pocket change. It's not like it's 200 or $2,000. It's 20 bucks. So either you can choose to give it to me or I will work for it. Either way is fine with me. I prefer to work for it, do a reading fair and square, even exchange.
Hmm.
We talk about the pussy payout. If you give me $2, then you automatically expect me to drop my draws. And
Hmm.
sadly, a lot of women enable that behavior and they do it for little of nothing, let alone $2. However, he then in turn told me, well, what is your man doing for you? I said, well, he did what he could do,
Hmm.
just like everybody else has done what they can do. If they can give me $5, that's what they can do. If they ask me for a reading in exchange for that $5, That's what they're
Mhm.
able to do. If they can give me 20, they can give me 200. That's what they can do.
Well,
So
you
I'm not
know,
asking you to school me on what he could do for me. I'm asking you for your, if you can lend something. If not, that's fine too. However, he went on to say, it's what the thing about good women like you get these good looking men and you don't stop to think about, can they do anything for you? A man is supposed to da 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 da. And I'm like, how do you know that's not what he's doing already? Just
mhm.
because he's in another country does not mean he's not a good provider. Just
Well,
because he might have this much versus this much to share with me does not mean he's
well,
not a match for me. You
rule
feel me?
number one. I told you before, and I tell a lot of women that a lot of men are still reading books from 1970. The book is falling apart.
Yeah.
They
That,
haven't updated. Yes, the MacBook.
yeah,
They haven't updated themselves to the 2016 version.
right.
I know the 2016 version. I always get the most updated copy every year. Okay, this invisible book that apparently we all men know.
Right. The man book.
Uh, the man book. For me, the 2016 version is you don't have to tell a woman that you want that from her. If a woman wants that from you, she will approach you and she will tell you that in private.
And it,
Okay? And
yeah.
it's going to take these days a lot more than a McDonald's hamburger, $2, $20, to get a lot of women's attention. I just want to know this. All these years that I was single for a long time, I never met these women that I could just give them a hamburger and hey, go sleep with me. Maybe I was in the wrong area of Chicago. Maybe I was, you know, you know,
For
I
people like you and myself, we just don't see those type of people because, our everyday comings and goings don't drive us to cross paths with people like that. Now, I have bumped into them because I'm a people person and I see all walks of life. That's just how you and I are. I'm
mm,
that way. I'm like, oh, really? That's how you doing it? Okay. But I don't linger long. But the thing is, with what he said was, first you give me your numbers to say, if you need or want to get in touch with me, here are my new numbers. So when I reach out, because I do need to get in touch with you because I'm in an emergency situation, now you're pontificating. So what was the point for this thing that you call, what was this? Was it charity or was it just a gesture? Was it an empty offer? What was it? If we're
but
supposed
here,
friends and you're supposed to love the black woman, and then you say, prior to this situation that I'm in, I felt bad because I wasn't able to help you when I saw that you
and
needed help.
I'm not being a
Now you
dog. I'm
problem.
going to say this.
You don't want to help me because why? I have a man and you're mad because you weren't
I'm
my choice.
not going to be a dog, but I'm going to say this. Peak game, you know, I'm going to say it because I'm gonna say it. If he really wanted your attention, if he really wanted that for you, the patient man is usually the one who gets the reward in the end.
Oh, and
So,
he said he expressed his feelings for
and
me and he was forced to deal with
no, no,
them.
no, 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 no. He should have waited with his feelings, okay? Because here's the thing: men mess up. As a man, I know men mess up. There is no perfect man. There's going to be an opportunity for that man to mess up. And I'm
True.
not saying your man is going to mess up, but say for instance he messed up. Wouldn't you be more comfortable talking to the man who has been helping you financially, just giving you money effortlessly just to talk to you and been kind and nice to you? In your mind, that's going to probably be a second option for you because he's friendly to you. Peep game,
He
peep
respects
game.
you, right?
Hello,
You like a
peep
human
game.
being and not a pink cushion.
I'm asking.
And he doesn't invite you to unwind at his home and doesn't know you, but then turn around and say, I don't give people money that I don't know and haven't established a physical connection with. Hello? You see the cognitive dissonance?
Look, I'm gonna tell you this. My wife already knows. if something was to ever happen to her, which I don't want anything to happen to her in this world, if something was to happen to her, she was to die or something like that, she says she has no worries about me. And I said, why you have no worries about me? She said, I'm sure there are women lined up looking for a man like you, and you would be taken within a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm sure, but I wouldn't have to look for them. They will come to me.
They'll
You know
come,
why?
honey, knocking your door down.
You know why? Because I'm not coming towards their way. You know, women love challenges too.
Yep.
That's what I've noticed. They love challenges too.
They do.
They already know what two adults can do in private. Why do you have to tell her, hey, ma, I want to talk to you. I want to holler at you. I want to do this and this and that with you. Why you got to tell her that?
Damn, is all that back there yours, girl?
I think she knows that that's all that's hers. I think she looks at that every day. Don't she have to wash it? So she knows that that's hers. So why are you asking her, damn,
Oh,
girl?
if you wear that dress again, you better be careful, child.
First of all, I'm still trying to wonder why they calling you ma. You know, yo ma. She ain't your mama. I know that's a figure of speech, but she ain't your mama.
But it's the programming. It's the programming. It is programming.
They said we come out of it and we want to jump back in it.
True. But
Look,
that's something that, it's really telling, and instead of just admitting that, the fairer gentleman won the hand of the fair maiden that you had your eye on, and you're touch jealous, you would rather deflect and say, well, hey, don't flatter yourself. You chose a pretty boy that can't take care of you. No, nigga, you supposed to be my friend. I shouldn't have to give you nothing in exchange for your friendship but the same in return. Loyalty, honesty, integrity. We exchange. It's a
there could have
reciprocity.
been an open door for you when it came to him if he would have acted correctly. I'm not saying that's you. I am just talking. I've been around women. I've only been on this earth 28 years, but in 28 years, I've learned a lot about women in particular. There could have been an open door. I know this for a fact with women. I don't care what anybody says. There could have been an open door if he would have treated you over the years, over the time, like a lady. Okay.
I always get that though. Like I get that from a lot of guys. They develop this, and I'm just using myself in this example now. Um, I get a lot of guys who have these secret feelings,
Hmm.
and I have no idea because that's not what I'm looking for. It's just not on my radar. You understand? I
Hmm.
pick up on certain energy, and I'm like, nah, it's not true. Because I'm connected with them on a different plane. I'm not looking for that. So it doesn't register. Then when out of the blue, I get a bag of rocks dropped on me that they have these undying, passionate, gone with the wind feelings. And I'm like, okay. And then they deliver it as if I'm supposed to do something about
But do you think that maybe sometime it is their delivery? Because that's
it.
what I'm noticing a lot of times with a lot of men.
It comes out of the blue. And then I'm like, okay, so thank you for sharing. And where do I go with this? This is what happened with this particular gentleman. So I'm like, okay, uh, right now, I'm not looking for a relationship. I wasn't with
But
anybody at the time. I
but
didn't
he
want to be with anybody at the time. And I told him that. I was very clear with him. And then after I made my choice, because the man pursued, the woman chooses.
but here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you
I
this,
made my
Angie.
choice.
I think you were looking for the right individual, and he was not the right individual. So maybe you
Exactly.
wasn't looking. But
But that
if
wasn't my fault, though. He came across as if he wanted to punish me because I didn't choose him.
well, maybe he should have been more. Maybe he should have been more clear with you. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to show you that I can be more. Just peep game. Just listen. I'm here to show you that I can be more than a friend. And then you come off and you say, Angie says, well, that's what I'm not looking for. And then as the friend or old dude, I'm playing his role. I'm trying to play his role
I
now.
gotta give it to him. He did say that. However hit and miss it was, he did say, "I feel more for you than a sister."
So what I'm going to do over the years until you realize how much I care for you and how much I love you. This is what he's supposed to be saying, okay? Listen up, guys. I'm giving you a little lesson, okay? How much I care for you, how much I love you as an individual. I'm going to bring you flowers every day. A different flower for every day. I'm going to show you what a real man is supposed to
But
be and how he's
he was
supposed to treat
stacking up
you.
with a woman that was a gold digger and
I
kept.
understand, but let's just listen. I'm not done yet, Angie. I'm not done yet. So, so every day I'm going to continue to shower you with kindness. Every day I'm going to continue to shower with you with kindness. I'm not going to ask for a piece of ass. I'm not going to ask for those things
Like
because
the invitation
eventually
plane ticket to go to his house to unwind. Is that the ask the invitation person?
that was
Mm.
the invitation. But
That's
I'm not
how
going to ask you for those things. I'm going to be patient because I know eventually it's going to become natural. If you feel in me, I know that eventually it's going to become natural. A lot of men feel that once they've invested $100, $1,000, $5,000, that's what it is. They're going to get things automatically. I had a guy that said, and I told him, "Dude, everything with a woman is an investment." I said, "Do you know how much money I've spent on women over the years? Tens of thousands of dollars, unrefundable. But I ain't mad at it because it was an investment." With an investment, what happens with
that's where
investment?
you
You
said
might
something.
lose it.
You said something just a second ago where it's automatically supposed to. That was guy number two who did that to me. Okay, we dated, we broke up, and then he wanted another chance, and I wasn't having it. And then he said, "Okay, we'll be friends. We'll just help each other," and that's what we were doing. If he needed something, I had it. Same thing, vice versa. It was an exchange. But in his mind, he had an ulterior motive. If I do this and I'm her friend, then I'm going to automatically get back in her good graces and have a second chance. And I was clear that's not going to ever happen again. So if
Come on, Angie. Come on, Angie.
that's what
Come
you're
on.
expecting, we need to
Come
stop
on. Come
now.
on, Angie. Let's be blunt here just a little bit. I'm sure there is probably something that he could have done to change your mind, but he didn't do those things. He
No,
had his chance the first time. The first time before he messed up, he had his chance. He did something to you that really pissed you off so
yes,
bad that you did not want to go back into that predicament.
right. Absolutely. That's what happened the first time around.
So he would have to change himself completely, a whole 360 view of himself. He would have to really up his game, become a whole new man in order for you to even look his way again. And I might be wrong, but I just feel that maybe women give men a chance, like a temporary period of time to make it up the first time and say, you know
But
what, I messed up.
like I see this differently than a whole lot of people. Dating is where you get a snapshot of who the person is in different situations. To me, dating does not include sex.
Hmm.
Sex is for a monogamous connection, long term. That's how I see it. And a lot of men feel that if you date me and it's expensive dates, then it's eventually going to turn into a long term relationship. And that's not how I see it. And I'm very clear on that. If I date you, that's what we're doing. We're getting to know each other.
But
Know you, trust you, and be able to understand that
there
we're both mentally on the same page.
there has to be something, Angie. There has to be something that will change your mind about a man when you first start dating him that you know that this person is the one. Every woman has that one thing or those couple of things that you say, okay, I have found the one. Okay,
Yeah, and
I'm
it's
going to give
neither
him
one
my
of them do.
cookies tomorrow.
It wasn't neither one. They didn't have it.
I'm going to give him my cookies tomorrow because I know this is the one. He did something. I'm just saying, he did
Now, guy
something.
number one, the reason, the deal breaker was he was
Don't
living.
tell your secrets because they're listening.
I'm not worried about these people. Okay, guy number one, he was very angry, too angry. I can't deal with an angry man because if he touches me, I'll kill him. Guy number two just was stuck in his way. He wasn't trying to grow as a person, let alone with me. You feel me? I look at how you're taking care of your own spirit. And if you stagnated in yourself, how am I going to connect with you and we evolve together? You feel me?
I think also you're tired of being mommy.
And not just that. It's just I can't fix you. Like I can help you grow and I can give you ideas, but I can't do it. And this is what these guys want. If they want
That's
me to
being mommy.
Captain Save a he. They call you Captain Save a hoe. They want me to be Captain Save a he. I can't do it.
But
I can't.
that's the thing. That you just knocked it right on the thing. Women are tired of being mommy.
Yeah. So it's
Sometimes you want to take off your superwoman cape and just put it down, put it in the closet, tuck it away, fold it up, lock it up, and this is my Superman.
I just want
Okay.
to be me. Like
You
and
want
that's
to be,
that's the thing that they don't
I
understand because
won't say you want to be a woman, but you want to find yourself again because you've lost yourself for so long with other people.
I'm already mama. You see what I'm saying? I know how to do
You
that
want a
already.
man. You want some man.
Right. I want somebody to play double dutch with me. Turn the other side of the rope. you know?
You want to stand in the back of him instead of him standing in the back of you.
Yeah. So it's like I can't fix your feelings for you. Like you feel this way about me. I don't feel that. It's not there. I can't feel something that's not there. I can't give you something I
Well,
don't have.
that's because he didn't show you how to feel that way. I tell a lot of men that one of the most powerful things that I have ever gave a woman is a hug.
And how do you
Every
know
time,
you love somebody if you've never met them in person? Like if you see one dimension of them on Facebook, a selfie or a slew of selfies, you see a photo shoot,
mm,
and then you see videos, and you understand that this is a strong person, a strong
you
woman.
have love
That,
for them. You're not in love with them.
right? How do you know you're in love with them?
I just said you have love for them. You have love for the image.
And then you say, you know what? I really love you. It's like throwing a brick at me. Okay, what am I supposed to do with that? Be like, okay, I love you too. You know what I'm saying?
No, look, like I said, my whole thoughts of things is that a person has to show you, you know,
Exactly. Okay.
my whole aim every time, well, I haven't been in a relationship in over 8 years, but every time I was in a relationship, none of my relationships actually ended violently. To be very honest with you, you can go to my ex girlfriends and they will have nothing but good things to tell you about me because honestly, they didn't end violently, they didn't end in a terrible way. We just went our separate ways. They weren't ready for me because I am, and as my woman can tell you, I am a whole lot to take on. I am a force to be reckoned with. I can be demanding at times. I can be an asshole, a pain in the butt, but I can
Woo-hoo.
also be loving.
We all
I,
have,
I
you
can
know.
also be loving. I demand a lot of people in my life. I demand you to give it your all because every day I'm giving it my all. I work sometimes, I'm so tired sometimes I just fall asleep at the computer. That's how hard I work some days.
Hmm.
And I expect for you to give me that same effort in a relationship.
Exactly.
I expect you to love me even when I'm wrong. I
That's
didn't say what kind of wrong. Now, if I'm cheating and doing all that, okay, I expect you to get pissed off and not want to be with me. When I say I'm wrong, I'm angry today. I expect for you to understand, okay, you angry, you piss me off, but tomorrow is a different day. I expect you to love me through my anger. And I think that, my whole thoughts of things, my observation of women, I haven't met every woman in the world, but women just want to be loved.
That's
They
true.
want to be accepted
Love and
for
accept.
them.
Yeah.
They want you to look at the product that you have and say, okay, I love this. I love this product that I'm seeing. You know,
And the thing about me is when I find
mm,
with a lot of women also who are really truly honest with themselves and know themselves, I have to put that out there. Women need to be able to be vulnerable without being judged by their man.
yes.
We
And that's
don't want to
impossible
be
these days.
judged by their man. And that was guy number one's issue.
That's
Because
impossible
I'm
these days.
such a strong person, the vulnerable side of me, I think, scared him when he saw, my urgency in my quest to survive. And
Something that might come off as anger.
yeah, it wasn't tears and shaking in the voice and begging and pleading and making a sob story. It was like, look, I'm in this situation. This is what I'm doing.
Can you help?
And I need a yes or a fucking no
Can
so I
you
can
help?
move on. And it was like,
Isn't that what you're asking? Can you help?
can you help or not? I'm not going to make no excuses. I'm not going to deflect. I'm not going to make it seem like it's not my fault. I'm owning the situation. This is what it is right now at 5 o'clock in the morning. I need a yes or a no. Are you on board? And I got a whole mouthful of
You
all
wouldn't
that.
have to go overseas to get a man overseas if your man here that is your mate had his stuff together. I'm just saying. Sorry for throwing dirt there, but if there was the black man, if he was together and he approached you and he was got himself together and he knew who he was and he knew what you can become with him and he knew how to take you and grab you and say, hey, I'm not going to fight with you. I'm going to love you even though you're fighting with me. If he can grab you and tell you that he loves you every day and that you're beautiful every day, you wouldn't have to go through all these things, right? If he can say, you know what, it's fine. I know where you are, Angie. Okay, I got a van out here. What's this van for? What is this for? What is all this for? I'm gonna help you move your stuff. Y'all moving in with me at my house with my car. I got your car. It's fine. I'll take care of you. It and the problem that I have seen so far is that women are so used today, especially our women, are so used to being in the strong role.
Yes.
They do not like for a man to help take care of them because in the back of their mind they're saying, I know he's going to want something for this. I know he's going to betray me. He's going to take all of my independence away from me.
Yeah. He's going to try to strip me of my
Exactly.
dignity by
Mhm.
expecting a pussy payout.
Exactly.
And
And
that's
when
not.
he doesn't ask you for the payout, you're going to say, who are you sleeping with? Are you gay? What's
That's
wrong with you?
the
And then
typical.
yeah,
Yeah.
and when you find out that he's neither one of those things, then that's when love starts to develop.
That's when you
That's
can.
when you start to relate and you fall in love. When he
Yes.
can just sit there with you on the bed and hug you, and he can just sit there and talk to you and look you in your eyes. That's what love is. Someone asked me the other day, what is love? I said, love is when you can just sit there and just talk about nothing. Wow, isn't this a fantastic tie? It is orange. And you say, oh, yeah, I see the great parts in there. Man, do you just look at the fill of these ties? I had a friend who had this tie, and the conversation just goes on
Wherever. Yeah. Yeah.
because you can talk about something. You are connecting with the individual. And that's what we've lost. We've
And
lost connection.
you took the words right out of my mouth. And that's the thing that a lot of people, men and women, do it to each other. Because I am a relatable person and I can relate to a lot of different personalities. A lot of guys they think they love me. And they
Mhm.
might love me in their own way, which is fine, but they think it's romantic love. And then when it's not reciprocated in their mind the way they envision it, then comes the abuse, or the random blockage, on social media. Like She didn't tell me she loved me back, bitch. You know, and I'm like, what the, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the
Mhm.
hell was that? You know?
Well, and a lot of times, men, um, a lot of times, a lot of men, or some men, I'm not going to say a lot, some men have problems with themselves. They don't love themselves. I had to sit back and I had to start loving myself.
Yeah,
People say, why do you dress up all the time? Other than the police factor. Why you like flashy stuff, a orange tie or, silk this, silk that. You do it for women? I said, no, I actually do it for myself. It
yeah.
makes
I
me
do
feel
that a lot too. People
wonderful.
tell me you think you're so cute. I really don't dress up a lot these days, but
And you know what
you
I
know,
would say? Yes, I think I am fine as fuck.
yeah, and I
A
do.
lot
I
of
say
people,
I am gorgeous. I am amazing to me. I love me. So I don't dress up to get
high
attention.
five.
Well, I don't dress up to get attention. I dress up because I love the way I look when I'm put together. I do it for me.
And I'm sorry that you feel bad, that you don't love yourself. I am just so sorry.
You know, I work out and do healthy things because I want to be healthy, and I think I look and feel better when
Look,
I'm.
I don't have a six pack anymore. I used to have one when I was like 18 years old. I have a little belly, a little small belly. I'm a little chubby now these days because I focus more on work. I've dedicated myself to work and my business, and I don't go to the gym no more. But I can still, do you hear me? I can still get it. Okay? I still have plenty of women that hit on me. And they're not looking for that all the time. Come on now. If you had the difference between a man who had muscles and six pack or a man who had his stuff together, which one would you choose? Most likely, you would choose the man who has himself financially together because he can always work on those muscles.
And he's working. A man with ambition is never going to be a broken or broke man, because ambition drives you to do better, not just financially and materially, but
Mm.
spiritually, emotionally.
Well, the young guys around here who are younger than me, they walk around with their shirts off all day. Look at me. You see my muscles? And I'm saying, what else do you have to offer other than being a piece of ass? Because that's what they are. They're a piece of ass.
Did you hear that?
They're a
Yeah.
piece of ass. That's what they are. Because
Yeah,
guess what?
that
You
all the
see
time.
that? I'm gonna get closer. I'm gonna get closer. You see this? There's no wrinkles on my face. I am 28 years old. In 1 year, 7 months, I will be 30 years old. And to me, I don't look a day over. Do I? Do I look like I'm almost 30?
No.
Exactly. You know why? Because I didn't go around fucking everybody that I could.
Oh,
I'm trying anyway.
whoops. Same thing. I get old hag, and I'm not old. I don't look old. The
No,
reason why people say I'm an old hag is because I didn't choose you.
exactly.
I would never choose you, whether I'm old or young.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to have some leverage to level yourself with me.
I tell a lot of the young guys that I know, I say, good for you. You got your six pack. Very good. Hey, woo, very good. I said, but you still live in your mama's house. You still living in her basement. You ain't got no car. You ain't got nothing. My credit score is in the 700s. Thank you very
Mm.
much. I've worked very hard for that. I can go and get me anything I want to. I own my own house. Okay. My mortgage is 400 and some dollars a month. I'm not trying to be, cocky or anything. Three bedroom, two bathroom. Okay. I'm just saying, corner house. That's because I've worked very hard for those things. That
Ambition.
means exactly. That means I'll have never have to worry about getting put out. Nobody can tell me where I can't park my car at.
There you
Okay.
go.
So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is, get like me, young man.
Right. Step your game up. Get your
Step.
right. Get your mind right. That's my thing is, how do you expect me to reciprocate the love you have for me when you're angry all the time, when you're judging all the time, when you're um, recluse all the time, when you shut yourself off from the rest of the world? And I'm a butterfly, like I'm a free
Mhm,
spirit. I'm always
mhm,
everywhere. I'm looking into stuff, reading, learning, running around, being nosy, talking to all
mhm,
kind of people, learning. Just I'm into a lot of stuff, and I
mhm.
plan to do more of that. with this
Mhm.
new venture and this new business, Butterfly Totem. By the way, hit empathangie@gmail.com if you want to donate. So you
No,
know,
no.
how can you expect me to reciprocate that when it's not driven from a place of balance?
Mhm.
You're not balanced in this love, this alleged love that you feel, you know? And this is what I try to get women to see too. If you're angry and you have feelings for a guy, you might be rebounding and you say, oh, the best way to get over the old guy is to open the front door, let a new guy come in.
You have to find yourself.
You
The
have to.
first, the problem that a lot of women have is that they don't stop a moment to find out what's wrong with me. What am
Exactly.
I doing wrong?
That's where I'm at with guy number one. You overlapping women, just like women overlap dudes. It's like you're rebounding from one, medicating yourself with another one. How am I supposed to come chill with you and get to know you and rest and unwind and decompress all this stuff that you want to do for me? And you're still wound up like a top. You're still pissed off. You're mad because you got duped. You got. That's not my fault, you know? It's not my fault. And how could I choose you back if you already occupied with somebody else? It just doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
And then you don't want to accept accountability for that. You don't even want to own your part. You make yourself sound like a victim when you say, well, I was forced to deal with the feelings that I shared with you and just forced to deal with it, and I didn't have nowhere to put all those emotions. That tells me that you wanted to relieve yourself like I'm your sexual toilet. She disappointed you, so you wanted to upgrade, and you couldn't trade in the old Buick for a new one. You wanted to drive a Maserati, and you want to try to put a Ford key in a Maserati ignition. It don't work like that.
Here's the thing. I'm driving around a 1991 pearl white outside and white seats on the inside Lincoln, and I still think I'm studying. You know why? It's paid off.
It's
Now,
you,
now,
exactly.
now, my neighbor, he has a beautiful 19. He has a beautiful what 2016 Dodge Charger in front of his house, and I mean, he thinks he is just done. Great for you, but let somebody hit that fucker.
Oh,
And when they hit that, they will not give you the full value. I know the insurance game. They will not give you the full value for that car, and you will end up having to pay for that car. I don't need a car to impress ladies. I am the car. I am the thing that is going to impress them. Because guess what? Can't live in the car.
and
You
that's what
can't.
I tell
You.
people too, is to be honest. Like I was telling the young lady, you have to be honest. You have to look at your lifestyle and how you provide a lifestyle for yourself.
Mhm.
And if he cannot even maintain a particular lifestyle for himself, how is he going to add you and possibly your children to his equation and be able to handle the well-being, welfare, education, food, clothing, housing, transportation, entertainment, education of extra people when he can't even do that for himself?
He can't even clean. He can't cook. He can't. I can go down a whole list of things that I can do, but I know
Because
a lot of men that can't do it.
I need money, honey.
You
You
know.
know, I'm not a gold digger. No, I'm not a user.
But
No,
can we
but I
please stop the
know.
gold digging word? I'll be very honest with you. I would really love people to stop saying the gold digging word for black women, because it's not that you're a gold digger. You want the same thing the rest of them want. Why don't you deserve the nice things?
Thank you. If I provide that for myself, wouldn't it be logical for me to have that expectation of the potential partner that I'm looking for? I have this amount of income, and it's working for us what we need. So you need to have equal or a little bit greater so that we can combine that, and it's even a more lovely experience. What do you think?
Exactly. I'm happy with my house. It ain't that big. It's 1,000 square feet, but it's a one-level house, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. I got my own office, two extra rooms, 2 bathrooms. I just fixed the basement up. I have a big huge yard. I'm on a corner house. I don't have nobody all on top of me or anything, and I'm happy with it. To be very honest with you, because of the mortgage being so low.
And it's
It's
yours.
like this, huh?
It's yours.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. At the end of the day, we're so busy. That's the thing I understand about guys. Guys are so busy trying to impress people and definitely impress women. I'm sorry for saying that, but if she don't like me for who I am and to see that I have, a lot of things to offer, then move on to the next.
And that's another thing I've always wondered is why why is it a double standard when guys use material things like cars and clothes and their housing and where they live, location, and all that to garner a sexual encounter? That's all that really boils down to.
Yes.
When it doesn't, when a woman is not taking the bait, they get upset. When
Mhm.
she does go for the material thing, they get upset.
Well, at the end of the day, um, that's a difficult question to answer. Uh, but at the end of the day, I will say this. I'll say that the reason why we do what we do, even myself, why do I work so hard is because I want to keep my woman and I want to make sure that if something does happen to my woman, I can get another woman. I can't get another woman if I'm broke. We have to understand that we live in a capitalism world. We live in the United Corporation States of America.
Yep.
Come on, let's be honest here.
It's true.
Let's be honest here.
It's
That
true.
money is king. If you don't have money or you don't have credit, you have nothing. As a
Nothing.
man, even to today, why do women of different races go after a white man? It's because the status that he has. It's because of the financial ability that you can provide the individual. Now, if you strip all of those financial statuses away, you strip all of that status away, a white man would not be so attractive to a lot of women, especially African American women.
Yeah. Any woman, really. You know what I'm saying?
If a black man had just the same stuff and there was a level playing, I bet you if overnight the black man just changed and they had just as much stuff and they got their stuff together, I bet you we would steal all of the black women back. All of the folks on the island, all the Cubans, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, they'll be running after black Americans because now it's a level playing.
Yep.
So why do I kill you? Because I don't want you to be on the level playing with me. Why do I continue to put your image? Black is bad. Look at the bad black man.
The
They're
minister.
angry. They're vicious. It's because I don't want them to do a second look. I
Yeah.
see how they act. I see how white women act. For instance, I've been in the store around my neighborhood plenty of times. They're just the sweetest thing. When I come in, they say, "Hey, honey, how you doing?" I said, "I'm just wonderful. It's good to talk to you on today, Susan. Good to talk to you, Amber. How's things going for you?" "Oh, they're going wonderful." But as soon as a white man enters into the room, they act like I don't exist.
Hmm.
It's because they have a role to play. The problem is, I'm sorry to say this, forgive me, but a lot of African American women don't know that the role that they have to play in the situation, and a
Also,
lot of African American men don't know the role they have to play.
and
Oh,
see,
she's
that's
a hoe, she's a bitch, she's that. If
I
somebody
do
comes,
what you do with the brothers. I'm civil with the white man because I know I know what he really wants from me.
mhm,
Okay, he wants me to be his bed wench,
mhm,
and it's not
and
happening.
nothing more. I
And
really want to tell you, black women there and out there that are listening, he wants you to be nothing more. I
no,
have a lot of friends who are white.
mixed couples now that I do see true love. Now, don't it's not all, just some, a lot, not
Just
all.
like there are some good cops out there and the
And
rest of them are bad.
I do
Okay.
that.
Let's
You
not
know,
go there, Angie.
I do the same thing though. When a brother enters the room, oh boy, don't exist. I'm like, I give all my attention and cordial loveliness to my black men because they do it to us. My priority is not you. It's my brothers. That's who I
But
keep.
everybody don't act like that. That's the thing.
That's true. They don't.
You
But
know, a lot of people told me, a lot of
white
people
women.
say, a lot of people saying, "Oh, she's a hoe, she's a bitch, she's that," and you know, I don't even get into conversations like that because you're not going to catch me on camera, and you're not going to catch me off of camera talking crap about black women, and especially talking crap with another black person about black women. If she's a hoe, she's a bitch. That is her problem. That is her business. But I will continue to think she's a queen or she's a goddess. That's what I will continue to say. First of all, that makes me look good. Okay, because you know I'm always trying to look good. It makes me look good as an individual and as a black man, but it also makes the situation look good. Oh, I can't come to him. He's going to talk bad about them. No, I'm not. Because look at the other situations. Johnny is a mass murderer. What do you have to say, Susan? Well, Johnny had a lot of problems when he was growing up. You get it?
Yeah.
Excuses. You know, we still love him. We'll pray for him.
You know,
That's all I have to say.
the awareness of mental illness should be more widespread, and we're here to use this opportunity as a
Jakeem is
teaching.
a Jakeem is a mass murderer.
Well, you know, his
The,
daddy went to jail 20 years
hmm
ago,
And
child, for
I knew that he was like this. I always knew you just fell into
you
the
know,
trap.
he beat his wife 6 times. You know that?
You just fell into the trap.
And then he stole his sister's bicycle from his cousin's house. Did you know that? So
You
it
just
don't.
fell into the
It,
trap.
he used to kill little animals when he was 5. So it don't surprise me that Jaheim is
And
a man.
who didn't kill little animals when they were younger? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's just like somebody told me. You know, I wonder how it is with Obama and Michelle. I said they probably stank up that washroom like every other person when they're having a bad day with their stomach. I said they probably shit all over the place, okay? They probably have diarrhea just like everybody. They're human. Come on now. They probably fart like everybody else. I'm sure Hillary farts. Okay, come on now. They're human.
And your laugh don't help none, you know?
Yo, Michelle. Yo,
So,
Michelle. Yo, Ma, what you doing today? Oh, nothing. Nothing, baby daddy. We're about to get out of this White House. Uh-huh. I'm sure he talks like that. You know, I don't talk like this all day. I don't talk proper all day. I'll be honest with you. When I'm off camera, you know, when I'm not in public, my woman can tell you. She says sometimes the Chicago comes into me, the hood comes into me. Look, it does. You know,
I know. That's why
hey, you talk to me sometimes, and
it
my
comes
voice is
out in
different.
statuses on Facebook. I see a hood booger come out. I'm like, oh.
Exactly. You know, I said I was going to do a lesson online because I've been seeing a lot of things online that I feel that there needs to be some transcribing done for the African American dialect. I saw a video the other day where the girl said, "These dookie braid motherfuckers stole my scroller," and I had to look up scroller because I didn't know what scroller was. And you know, I'm so thankful for the internet because the Urban Dictionary really helps out. Scroller is stroller. Scruggling. Scruggling is another word. Okay. Um, I had to look up what scruggling is, and scruggling is to struggle. Um, what else? Bag. You got my bag today? I thought it was bag, but bag is actually a grand, $1,000.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
bad.
I had to look up what gang is because I keep seeing what gang. And I'm like, whoa, are they in a gang? And I say, you know, it's been so long since I've been back to Chicago and the hood. They have changed the vocabulary. So I said, I was so curious. I've been hearing gang, gang, gang so much lately. I'm like, that is bothering me. What the hell are they saying? And I'm like, okay, gang, gang, gang is you're hanging out with your crew. You're repping your crew. You're trying to tell people, hey, gang, gang, gang. This is my folks. Um, what's another word? Scrimp. Do you have some scrimp? And I said, what is scrimp? And I said, okay, it's shrimp.
I'm still stuck on gang, gang, gang.
I didn't know. I'm like,
You're repping.
look,
You're trying
Angie,
to
you know that I'm
make
a speech
and
therapist.
assert your peoples that you're hanging out with your
Angie,
folk.
Angie, you know I'm a speech therapist, so I have to learn, those types of things. I'm curious about things because I want to know if it's a stuttering issue or it's not. I said, you're too much. Y'all gave me a headache now.
He said, if it's a stuttering issue,
Yeah,
or is it a speech impediment?
because a lot of my students, I told you a lot of my students call me Marcius.
Marcius.
Yeah, and my mom and actually said, "Who the hell is Marcius?" I said, "I'm Marcius." I
Oh,
said,
I
if
can't.
Ling Ling want to call me Marcius, let them
Oh my
call me
God.
Marcius.
I'm crying over here.
Okay, you have to accept people for who they are, and you have to learn how to
March.
communicate with them. Yes,
That's a good one. I like that.
and I said, Marcus. I remember I kept correcting the student, Marcus, Marcius, Marcus, Marcius. And I said, okay, Marcius. Yes,
Because
Marcius.
the C is S in Japan
Yes, yes, it is
and China,
difficult.
and the
Yes,
L is the R.
yes, yes. And it's
So
difficult
they
for them
call
to
me
learn.
Angela instead of Angela.
Yes, Andra,
Angela.
Marcius. Ah, Marcius.
Like they say, hello, hello,
Hello, Marcius. Ah, Marcius.
hello, hello.
Marcius.
Mushi mushi.
Yes.
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
He's like, whatever the fuck that is.
Uh-huh. And sometimes that's what I say. My woman, she said, "Do you know what they're saying half the time?" I said, "Do you know, to be very honest with you, sometimes I don't. They can be saying, 'I'm gonna kick your ass.' And I'm okay. Hmm. Well, let's move on to you're too much.
Me? You know what? Oh, okay.
You
And you
know,
know what was hilarious though? I think of often when we were in training and they were teaching the class. Don't do that. I'm start laughing. Okay. They were teaching the class, you just jumped in the middle. You were like, perhaps, the way that you're teaching it. I was, he just put everybody on pause. He was like, perhaps if you go over it step by step and we get a little bit more time in the assimilation environment. I was like, he
well,
just
I
bloodshed.
what's funny is I haven't always talked like this, Angie. To be very honest with you, I haven't. And I there was a old lady in my neighborhood in Chicago told me, if you continue to mock people that talk like that, Marcus, one day you're going to actually talk like that. Because I used to mock people, it was a joke in school when they say, "What's up?" And I said, "What's up?" It means hello. How are you today? So in Chicago, I used, the teacher would call me up when I was in high school with Paul Robeson, you know, and she said, Marcus, can you translate what they're trying to say to us? So, translation, you know. So I would talk like I'm talking now, and then after a while, it just became a part of me because, people said, have you always talked like this? I said, no. And started off as a joke, and
And
then
now you're
it
stuck with
became, I'm
it.
stuck with it. Because people used to say, you sound like an old white man. I'm like, what? Yeah.
You do.
Because if you turn, hi, Jeff, how are you? Oh, okay, great. Good to speak to you. And is your name Angela or Angie? Okay, yes. Mhm.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
You know,
Lord.
the other one that got me was when we were talking, the three of us privately. You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
You were like, now wait. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. I was like, oh my god, because she would not be quiet. Like she would not stop talking. And you were
Lord
like,
Jesus.
hello. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Hello?
You sound like a voice recorder.
Hello?
For shit.
You were like, hold on, wait, just wait.
You know, I had brought a program um, that will allow me to speak like an old woman. Did I tell you that? Can you hear it on your side?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't know how I can use it, but I was using it with something. Let's see. Um, I'm gonna show you. Give me a second. It's gonna freak you out. Oh my God, how did I use it? Give me a second. I'll be right back.
It's so silly. Yeah, he dropped off. He's like, I'll be right back. So that was refreshing, though, because that helps release the toxic.
I feel bad now because that's how it was in high school. I know a couple people that would be mimicking people,
Uh-huh.
like walking through the hallways. People would be copying how subs are walking and stuff.
Oh yeah. That's common in high school to make fun of the staff. That is funny. It's hilarious. It is funny.
And that minister.
That's hilarious. That is so funny. But he made some good points though about how how people talk and the the slang, you know. Because now, like, I need a translator. Like, I'm like, what?
It's like some people just make up words
True, they do. That's
and
true.
they just overuse it for no reason.
Look at
Okay, that's there. I don't know where it is. Um, Man, usually I'm able to use it here, but it just messes with me. The voiceover program. I used to use it to prank people because it sounds like a woman. You know, I wish because the only way it works is on a regular telephone or on Skype.
Okay, yeah, that's probably why you get it too.
Man. I
I
swear, I
bet
wish
it's
I can.
hilarious.
It is. It is. I'm gonna find out now. How can I use it on Google Hangout? Hmm.
But that was a guy that I went to college with, who would do that. And every day, like you can't, like I can't even look at his face, and I would just start laughing because I knew he was gonna start doing that game show host voice. That's what we called it. It was the game show host voice,
Mm,
and he would like parrot everything the teacher said in the game show host voice, and he
mm,
wouldn't stop, and it was torture. Because not only was it just hilarious to see, he looked like a thug though. Like he was the roughest looking dude. He always was straight up. He was from New York.
hmm
So he had the typical, hat cocked to the side, oversized jersey, big old jeans, untied Timberlands, stomping
mm,
around campus. So whenever we got in class, he would always sit right behind us, me and my girlfriend. And the teacher would be teaching biology or something just real boring. And he
hmm
would start repeating everything that they said in the lecture, but it was in the radio host, game show host voice. And it was so hilarious. And his expressions on his face and all that, it just was priceless. It was hilarious.
Ridiculous.
And he had a voice like he had a really deep, he had lots of bass in his voice. So it just, oh my God, he had us in stitches. We would get in trouble. He would get kicked out of the lecture, and you wouldn't. I mean, just like we were talking about stereotypes, you could look at him, you would not think he was studying to be a nurse. You
Oh
know,
wow.
you would think he was studying like wood shop or something like general contracting, or he was a nurse. He was
Well,
very smart.
when people usually speak to me, I used to use my little voice, the radio voice all the time. You know, hello, how are you? Good to speak to you. This is Angie. Can you hear me, Angie?
That tickles me. I don't know why. It just is like he has this serious face.
You're right, Angie.
Oh boy. That
I
tickles me.
swear, this fucks with me that I cannot give you that voice, the voiceover program. It says that it works with Google Hangout, but
Do you
it's
have
up
to
to me.
maybe?
What?
Do you have to the maybe does it have to be on your channel or or it shouldn't
Mm-mm.
matter though, huh?
No, it should. I'm going to try something else here right fast. I mean, it is
See?
just hilarious.
It's effortless. Like he doesn't even realize he does it.
What?
Realize how funny it is. Like when you do it. I'm gonna try something else right fast.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Angie's show.
It just shouldn't be coming out in somebody like that. That voice does not fit the face.
That's the wonderful thing about it, is
It's so
that it does not match the face. Let's see. I think
When
I
I was in
might
high
have
school,
found it.
chorus,
Let's see.
and they got this thing now called the Shut Up Soundboard.
the shut up
What is the
soundboard.
It's the Shut Up Soundboard.
What is the shut up soundboard?
Interesting. Go ahead.
It's an app. It's like for iPads and cell phones and stuff. It's called the Shut Up Soundboard, and it just has like a bunch of different buttons,
Hmm
like with car alarm sounds on it.
Oh my goodness.
Just a bunch of different people saying different things. They have a swear. They have a part for swearing. and a part for just other stuff. And this, like, they have the shut up part of it.
Farm animals and stuff like that.
Yeah, and we almost got in trouble one time because we were in chorus, and the girl had my iPad and it was on there, and she didn't know which button was what because it's not labeled. And so she was just pushing buttons, and it has someone on there. It has like a shut up room where people will ask like for you to shut up and stuff. And she pressed it, and the teacher looked up like right when we were starting class. And he was like doing the beginning stuff for class. And so we almost got it taken. Then I got my fourth period class, and another girl was playing on the Shut Up Soundboard app. And they have other buttons, and they're cursing, and
Oh my
one
God.
button somebody's telling someone to kiss their butt, and the teacher was in the middle of talking to another student, and one of the girls was in there. She was playing on it, and she just clicking buttons, so you hear all the shut up parts on the soundboard. Then you hear animal sounds.
Wow.
Then she goes into the cursing and just.
That is hilarious.
Then
That is
they
funny.
then they have like the little, not very cool, like the little sound effects part of it. And the teacher looked up at us, and she was like, "You know what? Y'all are gonna learn one of these days. Leave it alone." It was kind of funny. She was just playing with it. Then she ended up going to the car alarm part of the soundboard, and yeah, all you hear is different beeping sounds and different car alarms and
Wow.
all types of stuff.
I
I
bet
was
that
like,
was funny.
okay, I gotta get this off here, because between chorus and another class, if I go back to chorus and the teacher figured out who had it, then I'm gonna get in trouble, and I don't need that.
That's funny.
Because I have other places to go, and my mom and everyone else didn't even know I had that on there. I was just looking, scrolling through the thing. And I was like, what is a shut up soundboard? And then they have a part two of it. And they have another app where it just says, you just press it and it just says shut up.
Wow.
And they use it like during class, in the middle while the teachers are teaching. And I was like, can you not do that? Because I don't want to get the blame for it.
That's so funny. Those things are fun though. They are when when you not in school of course, but they are fun.
My classmate kept hitting a little animal button. I can't remember which one it was because all it has is numbers. So we never know what we're going to get when we press it. And then she kept hitting the wolf button and making a wolf howling
Making
noise.
Did you find it? Now I can't hear you. There's no sound now. I can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Now. Yeah, now.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. So you can hear me now. I
Mhm.
wonder, will this work? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can't hear anything now.
No.
That sucks. That really does. I mean, I was just so excited to use it. That really freaking sucks. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't use it all the time. You can use it over the phone, but you can't use it in these rooms.
That's no fun. I would love to hear it.
Yeah, you're gonna have.
To one day give me a call and see if you can hear that.
You're always working.
What do you mean?
He's so silly. What
What?
you're you're always working.
Can you hear my piece now? Hello?
Yes.
Yes? Oh, hey! How are you? This is Angie. This is Agnes. Hi.
He said Agnes.
How are you?
Oh my goodness.
I was just sitting here and I was talking to Sandra. How are you, darling? Can you hear me now?
Yes. We can.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to know if you can get my stuff from the store.
The script.
The script. Can you get me some script? Because sometimes I'm just struggling.
You struggling?
Yes, I'm struggling.
How you struggling?
I don't know. Well, I was talking to Johnny, and Johnny told me. What does it sound like?
It sounds like you have um like you have a frog in your throat.
How about now?
An old lady with a frog in her.
Hi. Hello. This is Angela. Welcome to AT&T. How can I help you?
I just got that.
AT&T. I do not
Yes.
I do not miss that place.
I think my
Me
daughter,
either.
she said she be having people calling in or finding out
Let's check this voice out.
significant other or
Hello.
then they be cussing her out on the phone.
Wow.
Wow. What's so funny?
You
Why?
you are so retarded.
You can hear it on your side.
Yes, I can hear it on my side. Oh
Let
boy.
me see what I can do here. Let's see. Adele song, Hello. Let's see. Okay.
I saw this
Okay.
where this woman said that she had a kid.
Hello. It's me. I was wondering if after all these years
Take a bubble bath.
you'd like to me.
Father was standing at the other side of the door on the outside shouting the hello lyrics.
Oh wow.
Hello.
That
Can you
song.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
There's such a difference between us and a million miles. Hello from the other side.
Oh boy.
I must have called 1,000 times to tell you
She said, I'm
I'm sorry
shouting out lyrics.
for everything I've done.
Parenthood.
That is so funny.
I think it's awesome.
It,
Hello,
hello.
this is Albert. How are you?
Oh my goodness.
Hello,
Hello.
this is Albert.
Hi, Albert.
Hi, Albert. Are you saying Angie or Albert? I can't hear you, darling. Say it again.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
I think someone's on your chat, but your mama black. Okay. Well, when I grew up back in the day, there used to be this woman who used to fix me some fried chicken.
Some fried chicken.
And she had the best fried chicken ever, child. And I just don't understand why things are changing these days. What do you think, RG?
I think it's that's true.
Uh-huh.
And like we were talking earlier, the old school, how people treated each other when it came to stuff like that.
Yes,
You
yes.
can go
With
in the neighborhood,
respect.
yeah, and it was safe. Like you can go up the street and still
Yes,
have dinner on time because everybody had a routine that they went by, and around 6 or 7 was dinner time. You know,
yes,
it didn't matter if you were playing over at your friend's house or out and about. It's just certain houses you knew you were safe. And you could stop off and have dinner. You go home and you get full. Double
yes,
fed twice.
yes.
That's why I used to try to do that. I had this one friend. We'd always walk to her house. So, and we'd get home right around the time they were making dinner. Her parents. So I'd always ask if I could stay for dinner. But her dad always said no.
Mm,
And I was like, okay. I was like,
yeah.
okay, I'll try next week.
I've been that kind of, and that's why I get in so much trouble because I'm still that type of person where, you know, it's hard for me to say no to kids, especially when they're looking for somebody to be kind to them and accept them, you know. And I'd wind up with
Yes.
Ashley's friends at the house, eating me out of house and home, you know.
He
Because
was
they're
like,
like,
what?
man, I wish I could do this at my house. It's
So,
food.
what do you think changed over the years, darling?
I think.
He was like, why do you always ask to have dinner over here? Do you have dinner at your own house?
I think
I was
it's
like, I don't eat dinner.
Mm-hmm.
the dysfunction that we're talking about. People are they don't have the ability. That human touch is lost, like we were
Yes,
talking about earlier.
It's not
yes.
ability.
That
I believe that we've lost connection.
you
And since we
insisted.
lost connection with people, it really messed things up. For instance, a lot of people, uh, 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 uh,
You talk about me. What is this person talking about in the room? This is a troll. Another troll. That's all it is.
have you seen somebody who was so educated that the only thing they did was just say, "Oh"? Did
Mm-hmm.
that irritate you? Oh,
Does.
what is oh?
He's having fun with that. He's having fun. I
Have you
do.
ever had Planters honey rusted peanuts?
I'm allergic to peanuts.
Oh,
Oh.
why are you so allergic to peanuts?
Oh.
I swear, Itchy. I talk to people sometimes, and when they're talking, it irritates me when they say, "Oh." It's like, what the hell is "oh"?
Are you sure you haven't been smoking something?
uh, all my life I've been
Struggling.
struggling. Hi, my name is George, and I've been struggling.
Now you have to help me campaign for donations with that voice, with that thing.
Okay,
So I want
what
you to
do I
do an
need to say?
announcement for Butterfly Totem.
Butterfly told him, call Angie at 1-800-ANGIE.
donate as much money as you can. Instead of going to the strip clubs, just donate the money to Angie.
That's a lot of money.
I don't know why people can't have fun anymore.
Now, seriously though, why do you think that it's an issue to donate to something like this? Why do you
Well,
think black people don't want to give and help and do things like that for a good cause?
well, it's because they're helping for a good cause, and they're not getting something in return, like a happy ending. So, you have guys that sound like me on the other side of the computer saying, why am I giving these things for free? You know, what do you think, Edith? Edith, are you there?
He said, "Eat it."
Yes, I'm here. Back in my day, we didn't do all those things. We gave stuff because of the love of our heart. I just don't understand sometimes, Clarence. What do you think, Clarence?
Well, Edith, you are like 120 years old, right? So, things have changed back in the day. Guys expect for $10, they're going to get their $10 worth.
Well, back in my day, Clarence, we didn't do all those things that y'all do. You're jiving, you're juking, you're rubbing against each other. We used to hold hands and square dance all over the place.
Well, Edith? Edith? Are you there, Edith?
Either checked out.
I'm sorry. It's time for my nap now.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, but Angie, I don't know why people can't have fun anymore.
What's the name of that program?
Morse.
More?
That's what it's called. Yeah, Morse Pro.
Wow. That's cool.
I think it's a very cool program. Hi, by the way, my name is Heather.
Hi, Heather.
Hi. It's so good to finally meet you. Oh my god. Oh. I was just talking to Edith, and I was saying how much I enjoy seeing you eat on camera in front of us. And I just thought it was so rude. Don't you think? It's kind of rude to eat in front of people
Me?
when you're on live video.
No.
Why don't you think it's rude?
Because I'm hungry.
Darling, back in my day, we didn't have live video. So there was no need for us to eat on video. You have people listening to you. Now wait, hold on. Wait. Don't be disrespectful. Young lady who's standing up, please sit down. That's very disrespectful. Respect your elders. Back in my day, it was very rude to do those things.
Edith, can you shut up, please? We're tired of hearing back in your day.
Young man, I'm gonna need you to sit down. Don't talk to Edith like that. You don't know who you messing with. See, back 30 years ago, I could have took you on.
Albert, this isn't 30 years ago. Sit down and go eat some popcorn and shut up. Okay?
I beg your pardon, Clarence. I am old enough to be your mother.
Do you mean my great grandmother? Because it surely isn't my mother.
That is so funny.
I just can't believe people still talk this way these days. Were you taught any type of manners? Do you have any type of manners? Any type of education? Speaking this way?
Marcius?
Education.
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 Educated.
So, I'm not educated. Because what?
Because you're educated.
Well, if you were educated, or as you say, I diverse, educated, you wouldn't be speaking this way, would you, Clarence?
They having an argument.
I just don't understand people in your caliber. I would rather not
Did he say
diverse in the type of things that you're speaking about. Do you understand, Mary Jane?
no.
Okay. I'm just done with this conversation with you. I can't deal with people like you. You people. You people. Did you really just say you people?
No, I just don't think that she meant it that way. You have to understand that cultures are different. Okay? And since cultures are different, we speak different. It doesn't mean that I hate you or I dislike you. It's just something different.
That is so funny.
Okay. I understand. Next. Yeah, I like the program. Program's pretty neat.
That's cool. I like that. It has a lot of different voices.
It does. So I think this is another one. Hello?
Mhm.
Not this one. Hello. This is
I like
Darth Vader.
This is Darth Vader.
I'm coming to get you.
The boogeyman.
Do you like scary movies? Do you remember the scary movies? What was that? The one? It wasn't
Isn't that the
scary
voice,
movie.
the scream dude?
Mhm.
Or is that Saul?
I think this is Saul.
Yeah, that one is. That one is song.
You have put yourself in a situation that you cannot get yourself out of. You have now entered into the doomsday. Here are your instructions. In order to live, you will have to follow these instructions. And
Maybe one with some meat on it.
Amy.
the first instruction is to release your finger
What?
from the keyboard.
What do you mean?
Remember not to laugh, Angie, or you will fail the mission.
Okay.
Please disconnect your fingers from the keyboard. In order to disconnect your fingers from the keyboard, you will have to rip your finger lips. This is Saul. I remember that movie. That was pretty good.
Yeah, you have to say, would you like to play a game?
Would you like to play a game? Is that how he said it?
Yeah, it was another. What else did he say? He said,
Would you like to play game?
then what was the Scream one that did it? What did he say? He said, I'm watching you, or
He just
you're
asked,
not alone, or something like that. What did the dude
You're
say?
not alone.
he will ask
I'm in your house right now.
someone like scared
Please turn around.
or something like that, and then can they find him or something? Because he'd be in the
You
house.
are wearing a black dress.
They know where he is.
Do I? Something like that. I can't remember. That I like that though. That is really creepy. I like it.
What? The
That
song?
right there.
Yeah. I think I found it. Yeah, I think I found it. I don't know. Hello, Professor Mouse. I want to play game.
This is
The
gonna be
lookout
so
in
weird.
which you find yourself is a symbol of an evil empire that penetrated the last century's greatest crime. And yet, you insist those same crimes never happened. Not because they did not, but to further your popularity with those who follow your politics and to advance your own anti-Semitic agenda. Moss struggles some more, painfully pushing against his restraints, but gets nowhere. This will kill you, unless, of course, it is in fact harmless as you claim. To avoid this fate, you must do something you have not done for many years. Angie, you must tell the truth. Is that a script from Saw?
I'm like, what? I tell the truth. Oh, how much? What more do you want me to say?
The computer is loaded with voice recognition software, which will take your words and put them on the screen. It will also transmit them to the world at large. Speak the truth, and you will go free.
Butterfly Totem needs money.
And the pellet will drop.
We need
Anyone
money.
outside attempts to break in, which
That
they will do soon. Silence!
we need
And the
donation.
pellet will drop.
That's the truth.
Make your choice. Angie.
Mine.
Oh
Donation.
Lord, that's
Money.
too much.
Donation. Mark, did he just bark? Look at Bella.
So you just gonna sit there and watch bed now? Because you see it in the kitchen? Like, I don't feel like dealing with this.
She's looking like. Who is that?
She's like, can you shut up already?
She's like, yeah, whatever. I know who that. That's Marcius. That ain't nobody but Marcius.
Yeah. Hello.
She says,
Yeah, so there's a lot of different voices on it.
that was creepy.
Hello.
How about this one? How about this one?
Jackson from here.
That one, that one's not interesting.
I wonder.
How about this one?
No.
Hello? Radio announcer.
Team.
Tough guy.
I like Albert better.
It's Albert.
Albert.
And Clarence. They're my bets.
That is so funny.
Yeah, so it's a pretty interesting program.
It's a good tool though, cause like, oh my God, you have to help me with this promotion stuff.
What?
You have the professional voice that help promote and bring in the people,
Of course.
motivate them to give.
Of course.
Will you cut it out?
What?
He said, what?
No, really. I was wondering. Hello?
What?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, but I think this would be a great tool for you.
For me?
Yeah, well, the thing about it is that the voice is unique to yours. So Edith will not sound this way for you.
I know.
Her voice is different for different people.
Right, because of the pitch and the tone.
Yes, it matches up your pitch and your tone.
I know.
So that's the reason why Edith sounds the way she does.
And Jake sounds the way he does.
Oh, Jake is good. I like that one.
Hi, my name is Jake,
Hi, Jake.
and thank you. It sounds like you are really interested in my voice.
So how do you feel about Butterfly Totem, Jake?
Well, I think that Butterfly Totem is a wonderful program. I don't really know much about it because you paid me to promote you, but I think that Clarence knows a lot about it.
I don't. But I'll learn some things about it. And she's my friend. She's cool. You know? Oh, Angie. I have to get to my next class here in a second. I have enjoyed our live conversation. It looks like everybody has fell off.
Yeah, we only have 2 people looking now, if that's correct. I don't even
I
know
don't
if
think
that's
that's
correct.
accurate. I don't, you know.
I don't either.
I think that is more the two of us who is looking at things. But it's okay. It's nothing to feel bad about.
No, those numbers don't even really faze me because I know people are going to watch it anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love this voice. Clarence has always been my favorite because Clarence sounds like a real person
Yeah.
in real life. He sounds like someone that you can relate to. Hi, I'm Clarence. And Clarence is actually a black guy. Isn't that funny? Does Clarence sound like a black guy?
Sort of.
Hmm.
Like a kind of geeky black guy.
How rude.
And you asked me to tell the truth.
Well, how do I sound?
You sound like a squeaky housewife,
Yeah,
soccer mom.
soccer mom. Interesting. How about now?
Same
How about
thing.
now? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Ah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Who do I sound like now?
Now you sound like a cartoon.
A cartoon?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
You are a nut.
So, school has started back on last Monday, and I am not looking forward to it. When does your school start back?
It already started. I can't like do anything right now, so I have to wait until winter start.
Oh,
That
well,
could, yeah,
that sucks.
it does. I'm upset about it. But I'm not gonna stress about it because I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish.
Yeah, I'm still working on last year's of my bachelor, so
Yeah.